inside everyone is some sort of story that has never been heard before, with tragedy and triumph, that you hearing can connect you in ways that you didn't know. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode, a brand new episode of the What You Don't Hear podcast. Dare I say, a special episode of the podcast, and I'm going to keep this intro pretty short and sweet and to the point, because you're about to hear me talk a whole lot more, because this week's guest is yours truly. In this one, I share my story, and I get interviewed by my friend and reoccurring guest, Josh Emerick, and honestly, I think this is probably the most transparent and open I've ever gotten for anything, honestly. So if that sounds interesting to you, buckle up. Josh had brought the idea up to me that after now 28 episodes, it was probably time for my listeners to truly hear my story, so we made it happen. As you can see, it's a long one. We talked a lot. I did not purposely plan for my episode to be this long, but Josh and myself really took a deep dive into my life, so that's how it ended up. I'm honestly pretty nervous for some reason to see this get released and put out there, but I suppose now I know how all of my guests feel when they give their tell-all stories. And honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, I wish I would have put like a Rod Serling Twilight Zone intro monologue at the beginning of this. That honestly would have been a way cooler idea now that I think about it. But okay, anyway, let's just get into it. Let's dive in. Here's episode 28 of What You Don't Hear, and this is my story. All right, we're set. Well,
we're set.
Ready to go?
Ready to go. I should be asking you though.
Yeah, realistically, I mean, this is now this is your ship to steer. You are the captain of this ship now.
Yeah. So today we're going to do the 15-minute Friday of how to become a successful millionaire.
Oh, yeah.
A story told
Perfect.
by Ross Theisen.
Perfect. It's a good, yeah. It's a 15-minute Friday, not an actual episode. And yeah, becoming a millionaire.
Yeah.
We know all about that.
No, we're going to dive into your story today. And this is something you've wanted to do for a while, something I've wanted to do for a while. However, before we dive into it, as the host, I just want to say that I'm so proud of you that this show exists. This is something you've wanted to do for a long time. We tried doing this forever ago. We failed at it. I think that was like 2014.
Very true.
And, obviously that was something totally different. But I just want to say that I'm so proud of this podcast. As someone who supports you as a friend, I'll also say I enjoy this deeply as a listener. I think that you have become an incredible interviewer. And I know we've worked together for a long time, and I'll take some of the credit for that. But I'll say you've taken it so much further, and you're such a good listener. And, at the end of the day, I'm just super proud of you. And I'm very excited that we're going to tell your story, and we're going to give your audience a chance to actually hear your story, what makes you unique.
Well, thank you for all of that. I don't know what to say in response to that, and to try and top that realistically. I appreciate that. And we have tried this for quite some time, honestly. Mm-hmm. The very first time that we ever tried to podcast was together years ago.
I had no idea what a podcast was, so I had no idea what I was trying to do.
You were like, I'm not listening to the podcast, and I was like, dude, they're the coolest thing. We hit a record thing, and then we just talk. That's super, clearly that's like awesome to hear when anyone says that this is an actual listenable show. Or the fact, it's awesome to hear when anybody gives me any sort of praise for just being a host of a podcast, because I feel like that's a very easy thing that you can quickly become annoying with. And I feel like maybe like it's
I agree and disagree. Here's something that I really appreciate about you. The thing is there's a lot of people who say they're going to do something, they don't do something. And you're the complete opposite of that. You rarely tell anyone what you're doing. There are some things that, you've barely even told me. And I like to think that we're pretty close. I'd call us friends. I'd say you and me are friends.
Yeah, borderline acquaintances, but I guess friends, sure. Yeah.
But one thing that I've always appreciated about you is that when you make a goal, you really do see it through and you don't overhype it. When you created this, you had a strategy, you had a plan, and that's something that, I've been able to utilize to my benefit in my professional career and having you as a partner. But it's also been something that's been very inspiring to see. So, while I know you well, I know I'm going to find some things out today. And I feel like all the episodes, you've revealed a little bit about yourself. So I'm going to try to turn my curiosity hat on and give your listeners a good peek behind who Ross is.
Yes. Which again, like you said, there's probably bits and pieces that have come out in all the episodes. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of been a thing that you and I have always talked about is like, well, hey, you should probably do an episode about you, that you let everybody know your story and what you're about as you do that to everybody else. Everyone else is always in the hot seat. So it's different for me to be sitting in the hot seat this time. And I'm going to have to tell the story and I'm going to have to answer all the tough questions or just answer how to become a millionaire.
Yeah.
Clearly.
I set this up this way for a reason because I truly do believe you're on the path to maybe, whether it be financially, I think it's in the headspace of someone who is very multi-talented, who has the capability to basically manifest anything they want. While we can be in downer mode sometimes, the thing that I've seen so uniquely from you that's definitely leveled me up at times is like, when we're presented problems, we're always trying to find solutions to that. And, while we do that together, I credit a lot of like determination and moving through this crazy journey of a career to you and having you to bounce off of. I'm grateful to have a partner because there's a lot of people who don't have that.
Yeah, no. And I mean, I can throw all of that stuff right back at you because I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say or hard to like look back in hindsight, or it's easy sometimes, but I don't know what all I'd be doing if we didn't end up working together, because I think you showed me the execution way of doing things of like, hey, here's how to, because like I can come up with all the ideas in the world. And just like you said, I usually will just keep those to myself until I find a way to do them. But I think you definitely brought that other end of the balance of, well, hey, here's maybe how you could do that. Or here's how we can make this happen. So a lot of that, again, credit to you. But it is like it's interesting and it's funny that the podcast has just started, and it's so weird. Like, you're making me realize that I don't know how to take compliments on my own show.
Well, we're both guilty of this. We both know this.
Yes, we're both pretty bad at taking compliments. But it's so funny because I feel like this is what I do to guests all the time. I'm like, you do these cool things, and it's cool, and it's awesome, and it's whatever, and they're just like, oh, thank you. Now I'm like, huh, okay, yeah, I guess I just say thanks. And before we even dive in any deeper, I appreciate you wanting to do this in general. And it's fun for me. Like, it's fun because, anybody listening to this or watching it, it's not going to be like the Ross and Josh show, like where it's not a 15-minute Friday about production or video or whatever. We are going to dive into my story, but I appreciate you wanting to do it. And it's cool for me to not give you this experience or provide you this experience because we're doing it together. But it's cool for me to see you be able to put your podcast host hat on, figuratively. Because, again, we've tried this a couple times before in different versions, not like telling my story necessarily, but we've tried different things. But since starting this show, you've been a part of a bunch of the 15-Minute Fridays. You've had your own episode. And I also feel like the person that you are now is really like is kind of excited to dig into like you being the host of a podcast this time. So it's fun.
I've definitely evolved. The crazy thing about humans is we get to evolve.
So wild.
And that's what's awesome about this podcast is a lot of the stories that you've shared have evolved me, and I'm sure many others. And I'm sure it'll evolve more people as more people begin to listen to this show. So what I wanted to start with before we dive into your story, I want to give your audience the origin, in the sense of why does What You Don't Hear exist? What really sparked you becoming this podcaster? Obviously, you have the other podcasts, but what really sparked you wanting to tell these stories, and why are these stories important to you?
Yeah. So I need to try and put myself in the mindset of I'm not telling you all of these things, because again, the further we get through the story, there's a lot of stuff that I'm sure again, your point of curiosity will take over that you don't know, but it's hard because there's a lot that you already know about anything that I do.
I know nothing. I'm curious.
Yeah, you know what? That's the way to be. Pretend that you know nothing. So I'm trying to figure out how I make sure I frame this not just to you, but to anybody listening. So the whole point of this podcast was I've been into podcasts for a long time. You know this, right? I started listening to them back in like 2010, 2011. I feel like maybe when they first started popping up. And that's not like a feather in my cap, like, oh, I was so cool listening to them forever ago. It was just like I just stumbled upon them early, and I started immediately finding value in them. And at that point in time, and I'm sorry if I'm jumping ahead, at that point in time I was working in a factory at a job that I did not like at all. And listening to podcasts sort of let me be figuratively like in another place for a little bit. I was listening to these people's stories or the thoughts and opinions and all these like fresh whatever or cool stories in general. But so I had casually listened to them, and that's kind of where it started. Now, fast forward a handful of years, you and I are in the midst of entrepreneurship, freelancing, whatever you want to call it. And I think it was the beginning of 2018, I think.
Yeah.
And we were failing, I guess is probably the easiest way
Failing
to put
pretty
it.
hard.
Yeah. Not doing great. And at that point in time, I was like, I remember telling you that I was like, hey, I'm applying for jobs. I don't think this whole creative endeavor thing, I think it's just going to be a hobby. I think we just do it for fun sometimes. And let's just, like, I think I might call it, like, I don't know what else to do. So I promise this ties into starting this podcast. So at that point in time, I come across Short Story Long, a podcast hosted by Drama from Rob and Big Fantasy Factory. He's Rob's cousin who started Young and Reckless, for anybody who might not remember. And so I stumbled upon his podcast, and I had it like in my subscription feed for a while, but I'd never just taken the dive in, right? I was always just like, this will be cool. And he's got episodes with people that I know, but I just never gave it a shot. And for some reason at this point in time, I was like, I feel like maybe this will motivate me. I feel like I want to try and be motivated. So I dove in, and genuinely, I can attribute a lot of my, I guess, for lack of a better term, life shift at that point in time to listening to that podcast, because I was hearing these like fresh and awesome perspectives and hearing these authentic stories from people. And I had listened to podcasts like that before, but what this one really did is it was a little more on the nose, a little bit more in the realm of the world that I lived in, the world that you lived in, more in the creative, the entrepreneurship, the business world. There was a lot of people on there that were telling their stories of how they navigated that life. So that kind of just gave me this rush of inspiration of, holy crap, like there's other people that are experiencing the same things that I'm experiencing now, and I'm hearing how they got through it, and I'm hearing what they did to push through, and I'm hearing the solutions that they found for their problems, and I'm also hearing, all these other things about how to like actually think positively, or how to find like a neutral based mindset, and all these things that like I had kind of always felt, but I had never really heard like articulated in a certain way. I'd never heard it actually explained, because I'd always kind of been like a positive person, but I never heard it explained before. So the point being, it all just like ignited something in me where I was like, wow, like this just made me feel this. And I'm sure we'll get to it at some point in the story, so I won't explain it all now, but completely kind of changed life around a little bit. And it's all because of that podcast. So fast forward, a handful of months later, it had always been in my mind that I wanted to start my own podcast. At that point in time, I was doing Poltergeist with our friend Maddie, which was like the horror comedy podcast. And that was fulfilling one side of me, the silly side, the vulgar side, the whatever. I was getting to be dumb and silly and tell stories in some way on that podcast. But I found this new side of me that was like really into this whole like positive thinking thing, and really into this whole like mindset thing, and just drive and passion and all that sort of stuff. And I love those style of stories. And knowing what podcasts like Short Story Long did for me, I then wanted to tap into that side of me more and create a podcast to hopefully do that for other people. The funny thing is that I had that idea. I think I created the artwork and the name for this show in early 2017. So I had technically had the idea for this show, before I actually, like, well before I even actually started to say, like, I think I can do this. And I think a little bit of like the short story long stuff was almost proof that, like, hey, there is value in these types of conversations. You don't have to just have famous people on, because even though Drama is a famous person, he has a lot of guests on that I've never heard about before that are just successful in their own fields. So that was just such a long-winded answer. But
This was the answer I was looking for, though.
the point being is that I wanted to start a podcast that hopefully could do what that podcast did for me for other people. Share those raw, unedited, authentic stories. Again, playing into the name of the shows, like the side of people's stories that you don't get to hear. Everybody sees like, oh, this person does this, or they're in a band, or they're creative in this way, or they have a business, or they anything. It doesn't matter whether they're creative or not. Whatever they do, there's always something that led them to that. There's always a version of that person.
Deeper.
Yes, and you and I have always been into digging into that and always want to know like how things really worked or how something actually got to the way it was.
I think the curiosity in us a lot of the times is like, gosh, I wish I just understood this better.
Yes, and I know how much value that hearing those stories, again, gave to me. So that was the point. That was the point of the name, of the show, of everything. But again, I had always wanted to have, at that point in time, like another podcast, and I wanted to feed into that storytelling side of me and just get to know people. It's an easy excuse to get to sit down with people that I don't know if I otherwise would have gotten to meet.
Yeah. I think the cool thing with the podcast is like the relatability and the connectivity. And I think that's what's needed now more than ever. It's like human connection. You might not be able to sit down with people physically, and I don't mean even like pandemic, but I mean like in general, it's hard to reach people. So if these stories can exist out there for people to ingest, it makes us all feel a little bit more human when we hear some of these failures and some of these wins and really digging in a layer deeper. And I think that's what's great about Short Story Long, and I think that's great about what you're doing too. That's been like the cool thing, to see you take something from an idea that's like, cool, it's an idea, is it going to have legs, to like, yeah, this actually has value.
Right. And that's like the fun thing so far about this is that, I mean, at this point, by the time this releases, it'll be a year that the show has existed. And it's been super cool to actually get feedback from people and be like, I love listening to these stories. And it's not just like feedback that, you gave me at the open of this episode of like, dude, you're such a cool host, blah, blah, blah. But it's more so like this person's story, when they explain that thing that they went through, like I've been through that same thing and it was so fresh to hear their perspective, or I gained something. Like hearing any sort of things like that, like has in I guess not in small ways, in major ways, has proven to me like, oh, the things that I found valuable out of hearing people's stories, other people are finding valuable as well. So yeah, it's been super cool.
I don't want to steal your intro here, but I have always viewed you as the storyteller. That is how I see you. And I don't mean that in like the cliche way of like, oh, you care about the storyline. I mean, so much infused in you is focused on story, and I see story as like tangible touch points, the long journey. And, this is a way, this is another form of you being a storyteller. So outside of what I said, how would you, give your introduction? Who are you outside of the storyteller?
Yeah, damn it. I ask people this all the time, and I'm like, yeah, tell me about you.
It's hard to explain.
I never think about how I explain myself, because I don't know, because I don't want to give the name tag of like director or whatever, because that's not what I see myself as. That's a thing that I'm doing or wanting to do in life is make movies or whatever. I want to be a writer. I want to write movies or write shows, or in Poltergeist, writing a bunch of, all the story that we built in that podcast. And you already said like the storyteller thing, like I almost don't know how to actually describe myself. If I were giving the elevator pitch, like I would just turn it into a whole 15-minute Friday of how to cater your elevator pitch to specifically what you're pitching for. Like, because otherwise I feel like I'm, and if there's something specific you're wanting me to say, tell me and guide me down that road. But I feel like the way I would almost explain it is like just a doer of all things. Like I don't want to, I don't know. I struggle with labeling it as like, oh, I'm a creative director, or yes, I'm a marketing person or whatever, because it's just like everything that I do, and just like the point that you brought up, is it all has elements of the storytelling side. And just like how I answer questions or anything on this podcast, you know this, and I'm sure a lot of listeners might know this at this point, although I usually talk the least on these episodes. I'm super long-winded.
Yeah.
I really over-explain things.
I think it's a negative rap, but it really isn't. For me,
Right.
what I really think is that labels do a lot of damage. When you hear storyteller, you have a thought in your mind. When you hear photographer, when you hear director, when you hear all these things, they have a box around what you view that thing to be. And maybe you're super experienced in that. Maybe you have no idea. So it's just like, oh, like I just have this vision of this person, with, whatever outfit on, and that's what they do, and blah, 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 blah. I think what's beautiful about what we're seeing a shift in is there are multi-talented people, and you being one of those that isn't going to be in that box that's like, I'm just this one thing. I have a lot of talents, but I stick to like 2 or 3 things, and that's like really my strengths, and I don't play too far outside of those. But I think the thing that makes us all human is how we connect with people, and I think you're really good at connecting with people.
Well, and that's, the whole like long-winded thing is like, for the longest time I was like, oh my God, I talk so much, I over-explain things. But like, I've also in the past like handful of years, especially with podcasting, like I've realized like, okay, I don't need to try and be creative director. I don't need to try and be artist manager. I don't need to try and be brand whatever, director this, whatever. Like, and it's funny because people have answered this question in similar ways on other episodes, and I'm like, oh yeah, but what are you really? And now I'm sitting answering it the same way. I'm just a person. I'm just a person who wants to do a bunch of things. The core value being I really like to tell stories. But I'm going to do that through 100 different ways. I'm going to tell a story of me and Maddie being stuck in a room podcasting, and there's all these surreal paranormal things happening. I'm going to tell stories of real things, of my story here today or anybody else's story that I've had on this. I'm going to tell a story through a music video. I'm going to tell a story through a commercial. I'm going to tell a story through literal writing a script, like whatever it is. Like, you asking me that question, I'm realizing I don't have a direct answer for that, because it is just like, I just like to do stuff. I just like to make things. Sometimes it's a blessing. Sometimes it's a curse. Mm-hmm. It's insanely hard to balance. But I guess I don't know how to directly explain who I am or what I do.
Well, I'll just say it's insanely motivating, because I see you do a lot of these things really well, and you're good at shifting them on and off. So now let's take it back to wherever you want to begin.
Okay.
Let's start with your story. Is this is this like in the belly? Do we start kindergarten? Do we start like high school? You want to skip over? I'm going to let you take me through the story of Ross. Where were you born and raised? All those good, fun things. Let's get the facts.
Okay. So, from Crooksville, Ohio. So a very small town that is near your hometown of Zanesville. It's like 15, 20 minutes like southeast of that. It's a very small town. And I don't even, how familiar are even you with Crooksville? I feel like other than...
I've been through it a couple of times. Drew's from Crooksville, so I'm familiar with Crooksville in the sense, I'm a country boy. My dad used to go down there. We'd buy some motorcycles from Crooksville. It's a good old place to get cool, fun things. We're both from the country.
Yeah, which is weird, because I feel like when I explain that, or I say like, yeah, Crooksville's a small town, southeast Ohio, everybody assumes that it's just like farms.
Yeah.
And realistically...
And kick-ass football.
Yeah, I guess football team is great. Go, they're called the Ceramics. Go Ceramics, I suppose.
Yeah.
Actually, if anybody from Crooksville watches that, like, wow, you don't even support the football team? How dare you?
I don't even support football, but you guys kicked ass. So.
Well, I was never into football, which I suppose is a part of the story they can get to. But Crooksville, like, it isn't, like, it's not farms. There are farms around. It's Ohio. We live in Ohio. There's farms everywhere. Mm-hmm. You drive 20 minutes outside of Columbus, there's going to be a farm. So even though, like, yes, it's a southern Ohio, like, there is maybe a subtle twang that people have, say words wrong. I just learned how to properly pronounce color in the last 5 or 6 years.
Still pronouncing it wrong over here.
You still throw me off when we're talking about like a color palette for a video. You're like, yeah, the color of it. And I'm like, yeah, what's the color? And I'm like, no, I grew past that. Small town, like a couple thousand people maybe live there. So there's not a lot that goes on there. It's not a terrible place. There's just nothing there. The center of the town is a Circle K. That's kind of the big, you know what I mean? There's like a Domino's, a Subway. I think now there is literally, or wait, no, there might not be any streetlights, I don't think, in the town. I think there was one for a really long time. Now I think there's none. So if that's a measuring stick of like how small the town is.
Growing up there, did you realize it was a small town at that point in time? Like, or was it later on?
I think it was later. But I don't think I knew really what a small town was because I didn't experience other things. And I've told you this before, but to me, for the longest time, Zanesville was the city. Mm-hmm. Zanesville was the big city. If we were going to Zanesville for the weekend, oh my God, we're going to go to Walmart? Like, we're going to go to the mall? We're going to go to all these places up in the city that we don't have in our town. So, I don't think it was until like really like the older I got that I really could like label as like, oh, this is a small town. For the longest time, it was just the town that I'm from. But yeah, I think I sort of answered your original question.
Yeah,
laying the groundwork.
I mean, literally just the groundwork. So I guess we can kind of teeter into, where does creativity start with you? Like, I know you've answered this a little bit, but I'd love to know, like, was it drawing first? Were you drawn to movies at all, or was it a culmination of different things? Like, what was it that I guess like really sparked kind of creativity for you? Obviously, as a kid, we're all more creative.
Yeah, everybody. It's funny because I've said this 1,000 times to other people on this show. Everybody's creative as a kid. My strength was drawing. I was, for some reason, a really good drawer. I would sit and I would draw my own comics. I could mimic anything. Like, I would look at something in a magazine and I would immediately draw it on a piece of paper. So when that started, I don't know. It was super young. I don't know. Really, I couldn't pinpoint like, oh, this is when I think it really kicked into gear. I remember at certain points, like maybe where I got the skill from was a collection of like my grandma and my dad, because I remember at one point in time I stumbled upon a old sketchbook of my dad's. And I think at this point in time I didn't know that he could draw at all, because he doesn't. He never does. I don't think I've seen him draw since. But I stumbled upon this old sketchbook, and he was like drawing all these band logos, and he would redraw all this artwork from his favorite bands and all this sort of stuff. And it was like amazing. And I was like, oh my God, this is so cool. And my grandma could draw. So a lot of the times, like, I would have her draw something that I wanted to see, and then I would mimic it from there. How long that went on, I don't know. But drawing was kind of always the thing. And I don't know if, I was definitely always a quiet kid too. And that was kind of like the running kind of joke in my family was like, you don't know where Ross is when you're at a family gathering or whatever, because I would just be off in a corner, in a room by myself, just drawing. And I was content with that. It wasn't that I was like, oh my God, I don't want to talk to people, blah, blah, blah. It was just like, this is what I'd rather be doing. I'd rather just be creating something. And this is what I want. And again, you're a kid, so I'm sure I'm not thinking that deeply about it. But that was just what was always fun.
Okay, you kind of answered my question, but that's what I was gonna kind of ask is like, when you're drawing, like, is it that it's, like that it's just fun, or is there like something deeper with it than, say other activities like playing with other kids or sports or whatever that may be? Like, was there a different feeling associated with the drawing, I guess?
Is it sort of like it was a drawing sort of like an escape or something, like that kind of idea? I don't know. Looking back, I would probably say yes. Because I guess this is a big part of the whole laying the groundwork thing that you asked me, that I skipped over, was like I had a really divided family growing up. So I'm sure that there was a part of drawing that was just like, cool, I'm escaping to my own little world. Like, I'm just getting to focus on, I'm telling these stories, I'm making these things up, like being, like, I've loved pro wrestling since I was little and introduced to it by my stepdad. And, I remember that was my thing for the longest time, is like I would draw either skateboards and like skateboarding comics, or I would draw wrestling comics, or I would draw like dirt bike comics. And I would just sit and I would just tell stories through these things. I would take the characters of the athletes, I would draw Travis Pastrana and I'd make a comic out of like me going to his house and riding dirt bikes or something. So it was like, again, it is just to be creative, but I think that probably a lot of it was sort of an escape. And I guess, I don't know, maybe I should probably explain that a little bit more.
Well, that's what I was going to dig in kind of next. It's like, okay, you talk about divided family.
Yeah.
So, one, paint a picture of what that divided family was like for you. But two, I'd also love to hear, like, if there was any parents, like, how they kind of catered to you differently. Like, was it all positive reinforcement? Was it negative? Was it neutral? In shaping some of these things. And was that part of the escapism or not?
Yeah. So, again, I'm sure it fed into it when we're talking from the art side. From in general, so when I'm talking about like divided family, so I was, I talked about being born in Crooksville, small town. I was born to young parents. It's funny because I've told this story before, and my mom listened to it, and she was like, "You got our ages wrong. You made us sound so much younger." So I think what I normally said was like my dad was like 21 or 22, and my mom was like 18 or 19. I think add like 2 or 3 years to that, maybe.
Okay.
So somewhere in there. So if my mom listens to this, Mom, I'm trying to get it right. I'm sorry. I was just born. I can't get the details right.
I'm mad at him for you.
Yeah, I just can't believe.
I can't believe you, Ross.
So born to young parents. Parents were never like technically together. They weren't married and then divorced. They didn't get married at any point in time. Always just split. So immediately, I always had 2 families. And for some reason, my families were strongly connected to anybody else that was ever a part of the family. So what I mean by that is like if grandma had an ex-husband, I would visit him sometimes because he was like a part of the family still.
Strong family values.
I'm sure there's some details there as to why that existed that I don't know. But from what I remember, you would just see everybody. And again, being born young, I had grandparents and I had great-grandparents.
Okay.
So like big family. Now starting out, again, from what I can remember, mom and dad are young. So like my mom's going through college and she's trying to figure out what she's going to do. My parents are becoming adults while having to become parents of being super young. I remember for the longest time, like a lot of time, what that turned into was a lot of time at my grandparents' house. So like I was always at one of my grandparents' houses. I don't want to make it sound like my parents weren't there because they were.
No, I had a similar situation.
Yeah,
I hung out with my grandparents all the time. Like even when we had a more stable family structure growing up, like I looked forward to every other week going over to my grandparents and just hanging out over there for the weekend because it's just so fun. And like my grandparents were teachers and like not actual teachers, but they taught me a lot. And it was just always so fun going over to grandparents.
So grandparents.
So let's paint it positively. Come on, everybody.
I'm not saying like, oh, mom and dad left and I was at my they were figuring out how to be human adults, parents, so they were working jobs.
Grandma and grandpa are there to be kick-ass.
Yeah, grandma and grandpa are there to freaking hang out and make everything awesome, which is also a part of, I think, what attributes to why I stay up so late. Okay. And I don't know if I've told you this before, if we ever talked about it.
Definitely not.
So when I was a kid, and I don't know how long it went for, again, folks, I'm remembering stuff as a kid. Things are going to be a little bit hazy. From what I can remember, there was a long period of time where my mom worked very late. She would work until probably, 11, midnight. I don't know. I was a kid. It could have been 8 p.m., but it was late. But what I would do is I would always stay up for her to get home. I always wanted to stay up and wait for my mom to get there. So while I'm doing that, I'm staying up and I'm drawing and I'm staying up and I'm whatever. So I could be wrong, but the way that I think about it, I really do think that like being so young and staying up so late now grew into like, that's why I text you ideas at 4 a.m. before I go to sleep. And then that's my every single day. So I think that was kind of another part of, again, mom and dad are grinding it out, doing their thing. So the divided family thing. God, this is teaching me, if anything, I need to get my answers more on point.
It's funny.
I talk too much, way too much.
It's funny, though, the parent side of things. Like, there's probably a part of, like, I know this just as me, is like, when I keep lockup too late, like I start to be like, man, I'm a bad dad. Like we haven't gotten to bed on time. So there's probably a part of like
Oh.
your parents that are like, oh my God, we're so terrible. But it's contributing to who you are.
Yeah,
And, you know,
you're
that's
right.
actually pretty special. So if mom's listening right now, you
Thanks for
contribute. See,
Thanks for
it's
working
a good
late.
thing. Don't guilt yourself over stuff like that.
Yeah,
I
now
guilt
I'm-
myself over stuff like that.
Right.
So I'm hearing this and I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
maybe I'm doing something good.
Maybe Locke will stay up late in 20 years and be designing content for a podcast. Who
Yeah,
knows?
hopefully not. Hopefully he's a doctor.
Yeah, please choose a real career.
Choose a real career.
So the
Divided
family thing, yeah. So again, parents never together. They're young. I got 2 families. I got grandparents on each side of the family. Blah blah blah. Very early on, my dad found me a stepmother, who, to make a long story short, which I'm sure I'm going to fail to do at some point, is wasn't the best parent. I don't think really didn't know how to be a parent at that point in time, and I think just also as I've grown older and can identify, I think I have a strength of identifying people pretty well and understanding who they are, what they're going to do, why they do it, whatever. But so looking at her now, I think, again, I can just identify that's just kind of who she is. She's not the best of people. So what that did was divide the family. So dad's side was dad's side, mom's side was mom's side. Literally, if I was getting dropped off at the other family's house, they would not speak. Not a hi, not a hey. We've known each other forever. We live in this small town. She was like that fork in the road, whatever it is, that just like completely divided the family.
Okay.
Why that was, again, obviously, I don't know. I just know that, she was very negative. She was very controlling. And she was also a bully. So that was kind of like my biggest thing growing up, because she was in my life until I was like 12 or 13, I think. So growing up, like, I'm not going to overstate this because worse things have happened to people. My situation, like, my childhood was not awful. And of course, it was not great or perfect. I think it was just very just in the middle.
Yeah.
But she was like incredibly mentally abusive. And I do think that, and this is a whole trail off subject that we can talk about now or later, but I attribute that as to why I hate like call out culture or quote unquote, for lack of a better term, ball busting culture. I like to have fun and I like to joke around, but I hate when people just have to be mean to each other just for the sake of trying to be funny. I genuinely hate that because it comes off as bullying to me. I think she put that in me early of like giving me that like low tolerance for that.
Yeah.
Because I dealt with her doing that. Like I remember like whatever age, like one of my friends revealed to her that I had like a crush on a girl at school. So for weeks, she would berate me about that. Like as another kid would. Like, oh, did you see blah, blah, blah at school today? Did you talk to her? Oh, you have a crush on her, don't you? Blah, blah, blah. And like, that stuck with me where like, I don't like when people pick at me about that. You know what I mean? Like, so that's sort of like.
Not to turn this into a psychology lesson here though, but that just shows a lot of insecurity, because it would be a lot harder for her to have a conversation, say, why do you feel that way? Like, let's have a connection. Let's have a conversation about this.
Yeah.
And it takes a really insecure person to put those walls up because they're usually dealing with something that's a lot more difficult. So I'm sure that is attributed to a lot of why you don't put up with a lot of bullshit too over the years.
Yeah. Which is the kind of the point that I'm getting to is like as much awful like bad, because like that 100% is the worst part of my childhood. 100% the worst part of growing up was having her in my life. Unfortunately, I hate to say that. If she were ever to hear this, I would feel bad, but it's like you also got to know, like,
everything you do affects other people.
Yes. And so it's especially a kid, growing up, and what that also turned into was like it's kind of separated me and my dad a little bit growing up, because he was like completely on her side for everything. And then it also drove my mom insane because I'm coming to her and I'm like literally scared to death to go to my dad's house because I don't want to be around my stepmom. So then my mom's going to try and figure out how to navigate that and how she can bring it up. But then she's being treated like the crazy person who's just angry that another motherly figure is in my life and no one's listening to her and, all that sort of stuff. So the point that I was making is that, not to jump too far ahead because we can totally still talk about that. But the point is, something that you said is that I do think it gave me a proper tolerance now as an adult. And I do think that, again, out of the two of us, I have probably a way lower tolerance for putting up with, like you said, bullshit. Mm-hmm. And I'm immediately just like, nope, that's stupid. I'm not doing that. That makes me uncomfortable. I don't feel like doing that. Call me lazy. I don't want to do it. Whatever. I think a lot of that, honestly, those are maybe the positives of my sternness that I think I really did get from being just like berated and beaten down, not physically, but beaten down mentally by somebody for my formative years of life.
Yeah.
But so like with like I said, the dad thing, I didn't feel like when I ever went to my dad's house, I ever was like, I think the biggest thing that the divided family thing showed me, it gave me two different perspectives on life. Because my mom's side, and at my mom's house, we didn't have a lot of money, right? It was definitely just like hey, what are we doing to get by? We're going to eat macaroni and cheese for dinner tonight. We're not going to have steak dinner or whatever. We're not going to order pizza 9 times, like whatever it is. Where when I would go to my dad's, I would be treated like this lavish life. And again, more of that coming from my stepmom of any toy that I wanted, she would buy me that toy. She would give me Christmas gifts early. She would and a lot of that also was, I think, trying to outdo my mom. Like she for sure wanted me to like her more than I liked my actual mom.
That's dumb.
Spoiler alert, I never did. Never liked her more than my actual mom, but I certainly would accept all the toys she wanted to give me. But the point being is like, I feel like early on I got an example of like both types of like lifestyle that you could have. One where you can get and have anything that you want, and like by no means were they rich, but money was like less of an issue, or at least it was fronted as if it wasn't.
Yeah.
And then on my mom's side, it was openly like money is an issue.
Yeah.
So I also feel like maybe that balanced me out now to where I'm like, okay, I know what it's like to not have anything, quote unquote. I know like when I need to save money, but I also know how to spend it appropriately. I'm not going to go out and get a cool paycheck and buy a huge car or whatever.
You got me thinking now. So maybe you can answer this, maybe you can't. But on your mom's side, how do you think like love was really expressed on that side? Like for me, I think about my upbringing and so much of my grandparents and my mom, like why I am who I am is like quality time is like key for me. Like conversation will fill me up more than anything. So you got this one figure who's buying you lots of gifts, trying to buy love, but maybe sounds like doesn't know how to emotionally connect with you.
Yeah.
And then you have this other side who doesn't have the money, and that's physically an issue. What does like the love language, the dynamic there of like outside of circumstance, what does love look like in that scenario?
Yeah, for sure. It was everything that you kind of just explained. One side is trying to kind of buy me with things and express love through that, but then also treat you terribly at the exact same time. Where, at my mom's house, it was way more of a like, let's spend some family time together. Let's have, not have like hard conversations, but let's be more open about things. Like growing up, I would always explain it like my mom, she wasn't fully like a hippie type person, but that was always how I would explain it, right? Is like, oh, I just feel like she's very hippie-ish, right? Of treat people how you want to be treated. Just be nice. If you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. Like those things, I think, while I was getting that from everyone that wasn't my stepmom, I was really getting it from my mom. So to answer that question, it was definitely like way more of a loving energy and loving vibe at that household, because I wasn't terrified to walk down and get a drink out of my fridge, where at my dad's house I was. You know what I mean? But I had a room full of toys, but I was too afraid to walk downstairs, literally to walk by this person to go get a drink out of my fridge.
Man.
So
okay, I think about that and I'm like, okay, that's the credit why you and I hit it off so well because we had such deep conversations off the front. It's like those are all the formative, important relationships in my life. That's where they always start, as a deep, good conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's important to understand where that comes from.
Yes, 100%. And that's like, the of course, the older you get and the more that you mature, you start identifying all these things. You can kind of learn like, oh, this is where I get this quality from, or this is, I can kind of attribute this to that, or this is where this comes from, or this is why I feel this way. So I've definitely been able to kind of like culminate that all of like, I can pinpoint it back to, again, I don't like, make fun of your friends culture. I don't like that because I got treated like shit by my stepmom every day, and
It sounds
was
like
a bully.
your mom had good values too that she instilled in you. That's like,
Exactly. And
okay, here's what not to do.
Yes.
And then here's like the role model that I'm like really getting some great values from. That I'm assuming you spent probably more time there, or was it pretty even?
It was pretty even. I remember
Okay.
growing up, like there was always this like wacky schedule where like I'd be at my dad's for like 3 or 4 days, and I go to my mom's for 2 or 3. Then the next week was like opposite. It changed every couple years. Yeah, I don't know. It was all over the place. So realistically, I think I spent equal time at both houses, realistically. But while I was there, having very different life experiences at each place. Yeah.
Cool. Shifting gears a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So we talked about art and creativity. You've always been a very business savvy person. I think a lot of people see you as an artist, as a creative. But I've also always admired that we've been able to kind of have a strategy with business that's maybe not the most direct, but I think that you've always been very clever with figuring out business, figuring out how to cultivate relationships and create connections and all that sort of stuff. Was there any entrepreneurship like in family, like early on? Did that come about? Like, before we jump forward, just kind of root side of things, like entrepreneurship or business side of things, do you feel like you just kind of caught that accidentally, or?
This is a conversation that I have had with my mom in recent years, trying to uncover, because again, I just love to find things out and learn things. And while I've been able to connect a lot of other things to, oh, this happened when I was growing up, so this is kind of why I'm the way I am now, unless I'm forgetting something major, I literally do not know where the entrepreneurial spirit came from. I don't know. The creativity side, sure, I had some members of my family who could draw, and I just happened to love drawing, and I had this imagination that I would capitalize on that with. But the business side, or whatever, I genuinely don't know. I don't know why I think the way that I do, why I think work ethic wise, like I think, I mean, a lot of that probably just comes from my entire family in general. Like, they're all hard workers. My dad is a extremely hard worker, and a person who also has like 100 different skills and 100 different things. And it's like me with creativity of this web of like, hey, I can do all these things. He has it with like real life skills. He has it with like, if you need your electric ran, he can do it. Your plumbing, he can do it. Your entire house built, he can do it. Like, he knows how to do all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So maybe some of like the work ethic part, was kind of ingrained, in me from the start. But to be fair, I think most of the time everybody's family everybody's kind of hardworking, especially that generation of people. Well, so yeah, I don't.
Something on that note, though, is like if you're looking at yesterday's generation versus today's generation, we could stir up a little conversation here that would get people pissed off, but I'm going to make a point out of this. Is, today's generation does do a lot more work with mind. And not to say that trade jobs aren't important, but a lot of jobs really take mental capacity to kind of get them done. So that's one side of it. Whereas like the past generations, like you could just literally get your hands dirty and achieve a lot, and hard work would go a long way. But now you got to work smart.
Right.
Something that I think between you and I is I've always had that ability to execute. I've been a great executor. I'm pretty okay at vision as long as I got someone to bounce it off of, because I'm highly insecure when it comes to vision. So while you can say like, oh, like he does like real practical things, like if you don't have the visionary person, then, the practical skills only go so far. Like back in the day, you could cheat your way through it, but now you got to really, really shine.
Right.
And I think that's one of the things that's always balanced you and I out really well is like, I have okay vision, and you can work hard. But at the end of the day, like, I'm best suited when I'm kind of sitting in that executor role, really, getting into the grit. I like to work out, like my aggression, my stress or whatever. That makes me feel good. Whereas I think, sure, you can work and it might make you feel good temporarily, but at the end of the day, you're really good at basically saying, here's all the pieces of the puzzle and here's how this all fits together. So here's how it needs to be executed to make that fit together. And I think there's two sides to that thing.
Yeah.
And it's important to recognize that both of those sides are really important.
Well, it's funny because something that I feel like I've identified over the years is I think even though there is like a strong work ethic and stuff like that, like you and I both know that if somebody said, hey, we need these lights set up, I'm going to be way more in favor of like, cool, can I talk to the client while somebody else sets those lights up? I'll do it, but I'd prefer not to. I do think some of that comes from the spoiled side of me as a child. Because even back to the point of like my dad was able to do all these things, there was a lot of things that would just be done for me growing up. Okay. So I do think there's residual kind of leftover in that where it's like my first instinct is like, I know this needs solved and I'll do the thing that needs to be solved, but, and I've told you this 100 times, the day I own a house and something breaks, the plumbing, the whatever, I'm just going to go ahead and skip through all the YouTube BS and I'm just going to find the right person who can just come and fix that thing.
Yeah.
Because I'd rather, as much as like, sure, there's joy in learning how to do something, I'd rather just have it done right by the person who can do it. And I do somewhat attribute that to growing up, my dad and my family in general were always like very much like that was the spoiled part of me where it was like things were like a lot of the times taken care of. Now that's like in the physical world. Obviously the mental world is where I think most of the weight ended up being carried by me of like, oh, this sucks. But I do think that kind of like is what that turned into now, where it's like my first instinct is like, well, who knows how to do this that can just fix it? And then we'll keep going.
Yeah.
If there's no choice, then sure, I'll get it. But I don't want to. Can someone who just knows how to do this do this? You know?
And I think that's where me being basically the redheaded stepchild, very literally, did a lot of housework. I mean, I wasn't allowed to go anywhere and do anything until all the housework was done. So I learned how to do a lot, and like literally I was rewarded by doing hard physical labor and like getting shit done.
Yes, which is now why when we're on sets or whatever and you're like, let's just move these 97 like, hard, things or whatever. I'm like, oh man, like
what's weird is like a love language that I feel like I give a lot is not one that I ever like to receive, and it's acts of service. For me, I always feel like I'm showing love to other people when I'm really trying to remove as much weight off their shoulders, whether that be mental or whether that be physical. I'm always like, okay, if I can do a lot of the work here and I can make everybody's experience really enjoyable, whether that be on set, whether that be at home, like I like to be a host in that sense of like, I want everyone to enjoy themselves. So acts of service all day long for me. When someone goes and does something for me, there's a tremendous amount of guilt, and I see myself as lazy. So it's weird. Like I attribute that very much to childhood.
Well, and that's like the weird thing is like you would hear, like if I were listening to this, you'd hear like, oh, well, they said that he was spoiled. He used the word spoiled as a child. That must mean he had everything and everything's fine. I don't like gifts. I don't like, you know what I mean? I'm not sitting there like, everybody else do all the other things. Josh, you go do that. I'll sit back here and be the director. Cool. It's like, luckily it didn't turn into that. And I remember, again, I've had this talk with my mom where she was like, I was so worried that you would kind of grow up to be this person who just expects everything to be handed to him, because as a kid, a lot on my dad's side, again, just from my stepmom, was just everything was just being handed to me. Everything was being catered. Again, any toy, any new action figure that came out, any new video game, whatever it is that I mentioned that I wanted, within a couple days it would be at the house. Or we would go to the big city of Zanesville and go to the mall and buy it. You know what I mean? So again, luckily, while I will sit and I will say, in my future home, if my plumbing breaks, sorry, call me lazy. I'm not going to spend 19 hours YouTubing how to fix the plumbing. I would rather oh, hey, you know what? Josh knows how to do this. Cool, Josh, come over and hang out. Let's hang out together. And then you can just do this thing that I know is not a stressor for you because you know how to do it.
And time is money at the end of the day, too. Whether it be me or whether it be someone else. It's like, one, if you and I are together, it's usually a bunch of ideation while we get a bunch of shit done. But two, like, at the end of the day, you do have to kind of weigh, like, what is the best use of my time? Is it fixing this thing?
And
or
that's
is it,
truly,
like, actually, like, getting something else done that brings in income that pays for someone else to do this thing, so
right.
I'm really supporting.
And that's what it, and, like, and again, somebody could be listening to this and be like, wow, I didn't know Ross is such a lazy asshole.
Look
it's
up
like,
the 80-20 rule.
Yes. And it's like, again, if it really came down to it, if I have to fix, whatever physical problem, sure, I'm going to try and figure it out. I'm not saying I never do that. I'm not saying I never put something together. But if somebody else can easily do that, and it's not stressful to them where it would be stressful to me, or it would take time away from something else I should be doing, well, all right, cool. I'm just going to have you do this thing. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, great. And then the problem's solved. But again, not so much negatively, but I've been able to identify that from the whole childhood thing of like, okay, like, I feel like sometimes I teeter on the line of like, yeah, dude, I should just figure that out myself. But I think it comes from at least one side of my family, so much would be catered to me. And again, for both sides of my family, I was also the first child.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there's something to that where you're the first kid, so everybody's like, oh my God.
All right, I'm going to take us to a jarring transition.
Oh, okay.
Let's talk about yesterday and what you had for lunch. No, I'm just kidding.
Great.
Something that I would like to elaborate on, like if you want to elaborate more on family, whatnot, sure. But let's talk about wrestling. Yeah. I want you to dig into wrestling.
Yes.
You also said motocross. Was that relevant at all? If it is, I'd love to hear on that. But I really want to hear about why you love wrestling and just kind of paint a picture, like when that was introduced, who that was from, and what that's meant to you. And
so growing up, I mean, again, kids are into all extreme action-y things, right? You just love it. I would, like, looking back, I think that's how, like, I've noticed when I really cling to things and really want something to exist, is because, like, the big things for me were, like, motocross and then skateboarding, obviously as you get older, but then in the midst of that, wrestling popped up as well. And they weren't just things that I was like, oh, this is fun. It was, I'm creating this world in my head of, and you and I have talked about this before, of, in a skateboarding game, I'm spending hours designing a deck with my name on it, pretending that my character is truly a pro, and this is what the world would look like, and this is how it would be branded. These are my colors. Like, so there was even aspects of those things, I guess, to tap into the earlier, like, the business question. I would always take creativity and expand it 100 times of like, yeah, but what if this was real? So I was always into those things. When I was, I think I say that I officially became a wrestling fan when I was like 8 years old, because it was like the beginning of 2002 is when I officially started watching on my own. Now, up until then, my stepdad was the one who watched it. He was the wrestling fan. He wasn't a huge wrestling fan, but he was a wrestling fan. Okay. And I couldn't tell you at the beginning what it was. Probably just, I'm a kid. These people, these characters are fighting and it's crazy and whatever.
Did you try any wrestling moves? Did you have like cousins or anything that you wrestled around with? Because I was really into that.
Myself, and so we can get into. I've never explained that part of the story. We can get there when we get there. But
I want to really dig into wrestling here.
That well, yeah, it's probably because I pull so much inspiration from
that, but we've never really dug that far into it. So I'm genuinely curious.
I never get to talk to anybody about wrestling. So this is great. So yeah, me and my little brother would. I mean, and that's the classic thing, right? Is the kids are always going to wrestle in the living room or whatever. I always wanted to have it as serious as you could be as a kid. I always wanted to be more serious. And once I really became a fan, the first wrestlers that caught my attention, their names were the Hardy Boys. They were the set of brothers, okay? Anybody listening to this who generally knows anything about wrestling probably knows the name Jeff Hardy. Mm-hmm. Somebody probably is like, oh, I think I know that person. So, the deeper I get into fandom as a kid, watching every single week, those were the ones that I was like, the Hardy Boys are my people, because they were younger. They dressed a lot more like hip and extreme, sort of thing. And so I remember getting home videos or not their home videos, but like a documentary about them, right?
Okay.
In this documentary, it chronicles their story and how they became wrestlers and all that sort of stuff. Their big thing when they were kids, they had their own backyard wrestling federation. So they would play all their characters. It was just those two. They would go into their house, they would change, they would put on their outfits, they'd come out, they'd have somebody record it, they'd go on their trampoline, and they put ropes on their trampoline, and that was their wrestling ring. And of course they become actual superstars from there. So you see where the story goes. But as a kid, I was like, oh my God, I'm seeing they were like me, and now I can do that too. So I remember talking my mom into getting me a trampoline. And then for so long, I was like a backyard wrestler.
Okay.
Where I would go out and it'd be me and my little brother, or there was different phases of friends from school who were into it as much as I was.
Yep, this happened during my time in school as well.
Yeah, so first, you find that first friend who's equally as into it. They come and spend the night. Then you end up dude, let's do our own match in the basement or the trampoline or whatever. Then that becomes another friend at another point after they leave, the fandom, and then somebody else at another point. So it was always a mixture of me and my little brother, or one of my friends and his little brother, if I would go to their house. Now his dad, fun fact, worked the carnival circuit. So he was like a carny.
Okay.
He got access to an actual wrestling ring. So my friend had an actual wrestling ring in his house for a few years that we literally trained ourselves in.
Dude, that's pretty kick-ass.
So I'm telling you, there's a whole side to this that and I guess is the point of the podcast. But so the thing with wrestling is, again, you can attribute it to kids wrestle, kids play fight. Mm-hmm. For me, it wasn't, I want to get out this child aggression. It was, I love what they do on television, and I want to learn how to do it. So I would me and my little brother wouldn't go out, and there's 7 years between us, me and my little brother. So, obviously he's at a age where maybe it's okay for him to be wrestling. I don't know. Probably not. But, we're going out on the trampoline, and I wasn't just let me do all these cool moves to you, brother. I want to beat you up. We would have training sessions, and I would run through and cycle through what I would see people doing on these documentaries that I would buy from WWE or whatever existed, right? You watch and you see all this behind the scenes footage of them training and them doing all this stuff. That's what I wanted to do. It wasn't so much about being flashy and cool and throwing my little brother on the ground. I wanted to learn the art of wrestling. I wanted to learn how to actually do it. How do they pull it off and make it look, quote unquote, real? What aspects of it are real? What aspects do hurt, and what aspects maybe hurt a little bit less? Because it's all real. But I wanted to learn how to do that. I wanted to learn how to throw a punch and not hit the person, but make it seem like you did. And not just in the bro way of whatever. I wanted to learn how to actually do it. This is me also revealing to you, if we can ever work a fight scene into one of our projects, I want to be one of the people in the fight scene.
Okay.
So I can use these skills.
All right, noted.
There's a big thing to note.
So I'll get to be talented in that too, and I'll finally get to punch you when I'm in my mood.
Yeah.
I'm like,
yeah, you get in I just want to punch
and
someone
I really
for
just
fun.
fuck you up.
You're like, yeah. And I'm like, dude, you didn't pull the punch. What are you doing? You're like, ugh.
Didn't plan on it ever.
So, the point being is that I was training. I was trying to train to learn wrestling. That was the goal. So as much as I skateboarded and loved, dirt bikes and ATVs, and we would, that was a family thing. We'd always go every couple months or whatever. Wrestling was this fascinating thing to me that I actually physically started doing. But again, not doing in the sense of I want to play fight and be funny or whatever. It was, I want to genuinely learn how to do this, and finding friends who, friends would come over and spend the night. We would spend 2 days having wrestling matches on the trampoline or in a basement, or if it was the other friend's house, in an actual wrestling ring, learning how to take bumps. So that's what it's called in wrestling, is taking a bump, right? Where you learn how to fall, basically, to where you don't F yourself up.
Okay.
We were teaching ourselves all of that. because it was like, there's just something about this that's so much fun. And again, the whole like the underlying theme of like being a storyteller, that was a huge aspect of wrestling that drew me to it. It wasn't, I like watching people hit each other. It was, I'm enthralled with these characters. I love these stories. I'll give myself some credit here because I know somebody's probably listening and is like, bro, wrestling's fake. Even as a kid, I knew what was going on. I knew that it was half athletic competition, half theater.
Mm-hmm.
I knew that, but it was still fascinating to me. So anybody, nowadays when someone's like, bro, wrestling, wrestling's fake, right? It's like, you don't need to tell anybody that, right?
Yeah.
It's
like, called entertainment.
It's entertainment.
So I have a couple of questions.
Yeah.
I want to pause you for a second. So I think on two layers of this, like one, I'm thinking of myself here. When I love something, I don't think anyone's not an addict. I think we all have different things that we're addicted to.
Yeah, you just find out what it is.
Yeah. So to me, it's like when I got into skateboarding, I was so hardcore with that. Like there's so many things that I got into that I was just like, this is the thing. And I found a lot of my friends weren't as addicted to these things as what I was. So I think I'm going to use skateboarding. I'm going to use video as an example here. When I was in high school, middle school, all this sort of stuff, like skateboarding, I lived in the country, so I couldn't just go skate. Like I had a sidewalk that was 10 feet long, 2 feet wide. Like that was my practice area. So when I got to go to the skate park, my mom would drop me off at 7 o'clock in the morning. I'd bring towels there to dry off the ramps. No one else. My friends would come at like 2 o'clock, but I'd be there from 7 o'clock until dark. And I'd go hard because this was like my day. I get to go maybe once every 2 weeks or something. So it's like I had to fit in all the time while my skate friends like were there every day for a couple of hours. So like I had this insane endurance with this. And then when I think about making videos, like I get friends on board, when I was a terrible shooter, it would take us hours to do these terrible skits that we do. And like literally there'd be points where they'd be like, just kill me off. Like I didn't realize I was signing up for this.
Yeah.
In wrestling.
Yeah.
Did you have friends that you're like, all right, like, man, I want them to be hyped on this, and they actually weren't? Or was everyone pretty, like, into it for the most part? Or is this what you mean by, like, the phasing of people?
it was always a phase. Like, when I was younger, there was one friend who I realized loved it and loved to, play fight and wrestle in the basement or whatever and play some characters. That was when I started, like, with him. That was, like, when I first was like, oh, what if we created a character like this? And this is my character, and this is your character, and this is the story, and blah, blah, blah. The next friend, the one that pretty much stayed until like high school when I decided like, okay, I'm just going to be a fan of this. He and actually like now that I think about it, I feel like that might have been one of my first, not examples, but first times getting to express actual like storytelling and creating a story outside of just like drawing or something. So what I mean by that is, he and I would, throughout the week, in school, we would, this is all flooding back to me now. Now I know how everybody else feels all the time. His dad, for some reason, worked somewhere, like, when it wasn't, like, carnival season. He worked somewhere that, like, he got access to a bunch of, like, notepads. So my friend would always give me, like, a notepad every single, like, month or something. So the point being, throughout the week in school, we would each write wrestling storylines. And then at the end of each week, we'd like share them with each other. And then if we could get to spend the night at somebody's house, our goal was then, we've got our stories. Now let's go perform our stories. Let's go. Like,
this is something I wanted to ask. Like if you had a stage name.
I really couldn't remember. Like that's one thing. I have no idea where they are. There are notebooks upon notebooks of like booking storylines and wrestling characters that I would, because I had the ability that I could draw them. So even I would draw them and I would make all these comics and all these stories. And again, I was telling all these stories. The only one I think I can remember was based off of the wrestler Sting, if you're familiar with him. And now it's funny because even then I wasn't aware of the comic book character. I think I had a character named Venom.
Okay.
I think that was one of the people because I loved Sting's like face paint and everything, the way, and I was like, I want something like that. Turns out, I mean, luckily I didn't go anywhere with that because, an actual Venom in the comic book world exists. But yeah, I really can't remember, like, because there were hundreds of different characters because it was just he and I. So when you're booking a wrestling show, well, you got to have a handful of matches, brother. Yeah. So like we were just like I watched the Hardy Boys do on their documentary. He and I would just like, and we didn't even go as hard as they did as like actually make outfits, but like we would just like, cool, all right, this match is this person versus this person, and we would mimic all the, we would play different characters. I think maybe that attributes to maybe like how, wow, I've pushed this so far away. How I feel like now I can take to characters so well, and why the acting thing is such an interest of mine, and why, I feel like when I am talking to somebody about a scene or whatever it is, that's why I'm so like, this is what the character is. Because early on, I was making myself become a character. If I'm mimicking The Undertaker, I'm going to act like The Undertaker.
Well, and I think that's good to set people up. That's one thing that I've always admired about, when when we're on set, we're creating things. Like, you take the time with our talent to really kind of paint a picture, even if it's a music video, painting the picture of who this character is, why they're in this environment. And one thing is, like, we're not always working with professional actors. So I think when you're acting, it's easy to feel really silly. I know because I've had to act before in past stuff, and there's a reason I don't act anymore, because I feel absolutely silly. I'm better at being the sillier person and making other people feel comfortable. And I think, being a director, being someone on production, your job a lot of the time is to make the people who are in front of the camera feel comfortable.
Right.
And some of that is setting up, some of that is setting the groundwork, and letting everyone know this is a safe place that we're, artistically expressing ourselves.
And I'm sure, again, some of that comes from doing all this stuff as a kid, because again, if we're staying on the wrestling subject, like, again, the physical part of watching people fight, like, that's one part of it, sure, whatever. But the other part that I was always really attracted to was the theatrics of it. That's why, again, just using him as an example, since I just brought him up, like somebody like The Undertaker.
I was literally going to say The Undertaker is the one that I always loved the most, when he'd have his reveal and you're like, oh, you're so badass.
He walks down, there's thunder and lightning, the music is amazing, there's flames, there's, everything. That, again, the theatrics of it is a huge part that attracted me to it. I think it's just like, it's what people like in movies or shows, but for me, I just found it a lot in wrestling. And the extra layer of it was, again, I got so deep into it that I would love to read all the magazines I could get my hands on, or I remember in school, whenever we would have to pick a book to read, it was always some wrestler's book that they had written.
Yeah.
And, going into like the home movies and watching documentaries about these people, I was always fascinated in seeing who this person really was, but how that tied into who they are on TV.
Yeah.
So the acting part was always a fascination. And again, I think that adds and plays into the whole idea of like loving to know how something is done and how something is made. If I'm truly invested in it, I want to know how that thing is done. And I want to know how they got there, which, not trying to jump all over the place, but I'm sure ties into how this podcast exists and how listening to, how we started the show, of explaining why this exists, of hearing people's stories that you don't get to hear and understanding, oh, that's how they got that thing. That's how they got to that place. So, I guess I'm kind of all over the place with the wrestling answer. I don't know what more you want from it, but
this answers a lot. The only thing that I'll say is my experience with wrestling is, my grandparents really, really into it. My cousin was really into it. So I was around it a lot. But as I got older, I actually had some relatives that actually did wrestling. And one thing I noticed was at this wrestling match that I went to, like, as an adult, I watched it as a kid a lot, and it was like I was like 16, 17, went to this. And one of the things that I noticed was everyone at this wrestling match, at this like this lower level, like entry level kind of wrestlers, independent, they really, like 9 out of 10 of them were really focused on the athleticism side of it.
Yeah.
And there was one character there that was basically a knockoff Kane. He wasn't a good wrestler. He wasn't very athletic, but he had a really dope like entry song. He played up his character, was dead silent, and he wasn't super athletic, but he was the most entertaining wrestler to watch there.
Right.
Because he put on a show.
Yes. And I think that is a huge part of like why, and this is a conversation. you and
Major
I've-
bias. His entry song was a Maylene song, so I was just like,
Oh, so
yeah,
you were
this
extra,
is so
you were extra
dope.
like hell yeah. I remember going to an independent wrestling event in Crooksville of all places one time, and I remember getting to meet one of the promoters of the show,
Okay.
and I got to take pictures with the title belts that they had, and I was probably like 11 or 12 at this point in time, and I was like, holy shit. I was like, oh my god, I'm holding these belts. And again, there are a bunch of there was literally a rip-off Stone Cold Steve Austin there that night, like that, independent as you can get. Again, you're wrestling in Crooksville, Ohio.
Yeah.
But there was, to your point, there was something about like, oh, this is like what it's actually like. Even the smaller level, I was still like, oh, this is so dope.
Yeah.
And the one thing I remember from that small show is a storyline that they did at that show. It wasn't the matches. It was a storyline where one of the good guys turned on his partner and joined the heels that night. That sticks in my head because I'm like, they told a story.
It's almost like story is
It's
super powerful.
It's almost like storytelling is super powerful. There was something else I was going to say, and I really don't remember about the wrestling thing. Yeah, I don't know. It was all of it. It was the theatrics of it. I loved just knowing, I don't know, finding out how it was made, finding out who these people really were.
Yeah.
And actually, I remember what I was going to say is like the thing that, you said is like, the older you got, the less you really cared about it, right? Because I feel like wrestling tends to be that thing that everybody liked when they were a kid,
Yeah.
but no one sticks with, because at some point I think it becomes stigmatized of like, again, the classic, what I said earlier, bro, wrestling's fake. You know that? Because
you
I
almost
think
transitioned it.
it is the one thing out of everything that has truly stuck with me through any phase that I've ever went through. So when I was a scene kid and loved hardcore music and loved being in a band, I was still going home and watching wrestling. When I was deep into skating and skating every single day and listening to that and doing nothing but what Bam Margera would do in his life, just less dangerous, I was still watching wrestling on Mondays and Thursdays.
Yeah.
It was always, for some reason, the one thing that stuck. And again, we could do a whole podcast about what I feel like now my creative endeavors pull from wrestling, but I don't know how much of that you want to dig into. So back to you're steering the ship here.
I think we'll just say that, just last week, you were probably coming up with some creative idea that stemmed from wrestling. I mean, we have a whole thing that we got to unveil pretty soon in the near future that is very much based off of a wrestling concept that you showed me years ago.
Yeah.
So we're going to shift gears slightly. I know we probably went forward and backwards in time with the whole wrestling thing. And, I think your audience knows that you're not a huge fan of school. So we're not going to dig super deep into your hate for schooling. I think you've explained that super well. One thing that I'm curious about, because you're someone who connects with a lot of people. Like, you're not just like, oh, here's my little clique. You're not
cliques.
stuck in a clique.
Yeah.
You hate cliques? I never would have guessed.
Hate cliques. Unless it's the wrestling group called the Clique, then they're really cool. But.
Okay. So you have your wrestling homies. Was that just all your homies? Like, tell me about school. What was your group of friends? Was it pretty diverse? Did you have your circles? Did you have multiple circles? What type of person were you in school? Were you super popular?
So in school until like 6th, 7th, or 8th grade, somewhere around in there, super quiet, introverted kid, had friends. So it was like the couple like wrestling friends. I guess I wouldn't ever say that I was popular. I was definitely like the quiet, timid kid who I wasn't speaking out in class. I didn't want to be called on. I wasn't joking around.
Popularity's silly.
Popularity's dumb anyway, yes. But as quiet as I was and as in my shell that I still was just kind of friends with everybody. The friends that I had, like when I was really young, like if we're going with the school labels, because it's the easiest way to explain it, a lot of the friends that I had when I was younger, like they were growing up into the popular kids. So I was sort of like still there by default, but I would also hang out with like the skater kids. Okay. And we would go and like they would teach me how to drop in on a little kicker at their house while listening to CKY or him.
Yeah.
And, then again, like the couple like wrestling friends or the whatever. So for the longest time, I was definitely just completely a kid who was like, I was the quiet kid. I wasn't the class clown. I wasn't the A student. I was just like quiet to myself, never wanted to talk to anybody. One major change that I can say caused the domino effect of opening me up to just getting out of my shell was definitely my 6th grade teacher, Mr. Boffman. And I hope he listens to this because he follows along with a lot of what we do.
Okay.
And I talk to him relatively like every couple months or something. He'll be like, "Yeah, this is so cool." So I hope he's listening to this because I don't know if he knows the value that I think he brought to me, because he was his teaching style was so fun and relaxed and chill and funny. Like, he was that funny teacher who would say jokes, do silly voices, but he was teaching you, but it wasn't, and in 1932, this, it was fun to be in his class. I remember that year was the first time that I started openly in front of the class trying to be funny.
Okay.
So I heavily attribute that being a turning point growing up, of coming out of my shell a little bit, of like, all right, I'm gonna try and like say a joke in front of everybody, and then you say that joke and then you get that kind of like first laugh where you're like, oh man, like that's kind of fun. It's not about getting the attention. It's about like, I can peek out of the shell a little bit. I can be more of who I am.
So
I can.
you think he created that environment, or was it someone that you just looked up to so much and you're like, I feel like I want to be?
I think
what is that exactly?
It was definitely him catering that environment. It was definitely a relaxed enough environment where he was so silly that I knew that, like literally, I for some reason is ingrained in my brain the moment that it happened. So I'll tell you this.
Okay.
Was in his class. He taught history, and for some reason, what we were studying was famous quotes in history, right? And I remember him calling on me, and he was like, "Okay, Ross." He's like, the famous quote by it was like, international man of mystery, says this or something like that. And the answer is James Bond, right? But you had to say his quote. I remember I was like, this is it. I'm going to do it. So instead of just saying, James Bond, saying his quote, I said it how he would say it. I got into a character a little bit and I was like, James Bond. And he was like, "That's it. You're perfect. That's great." And like that was, and like it got a laugh because you're in 6th grade, so someone doing the James Bond voice is funny. Yeah. But I distinctly remember that being the thing where I finally was like, kind of being that like open person of like doing something silly, not just directly to one of my friends, but to everybody. It's also interesting because I don't think this necessarily played into like the video thing, but this is just a fun fact. He would video. Like, he would take home videos of all his classes every year.
Okay.
So there's like
cool.
footage floating around of like little us from that class, like running around and having fun and doing all this silly stuff. So
now the curious question is, why did he do that? I feel like that's someone who's like very passionate about his job and almost sees his kids literally as children.
Yes,
that's
100%.
Someone who's probably very passionate about his craft.
That is
that's
somebody.
Cool.
Yes, he is one of the best human beings to ever become a teacher, like undoubtedly. I think that's for sure. And again, from my personal standpoint, him making and catering a relaxed environment, especially at that age, you don't do silly things because you can get made fun of, or you don't dress a certain way because you can get made fun of. Kids are mean, but he was able to cater an environment that brought that out of me.
Before this, do you feel like you wanted to come out of your shell a little bit, or do you think it was literally like it just sparked it because of his class?
I think probably. I think there was definitely a part of me that was like, oh man, I want to be that person who like says something in front of the class, and I want to be that person who doesn't just like raise their hand and answer a question or whatever, or just hope they don't get called on. There was probably, I can't really remember, but there was probably, I think, a part of me that wanted that moment of like the breakthrough, like, okay, I get to be silly now. I can kind of take the attention right now and just see what happens and try and be funny. But yeah, I think in general, again, personally, that was a huge breaking point. Moving like into years after that, I was always a person who remained friends with everyone. So again, just to use the labels so it's easy to explain, when you get into high school, I was friends with the quote-unquote popular group of people. However, I will credit our friends group for being a very eclectic group of quote-unquote popular kids. What you see in high school movies of like all the jocks and all the football players and like bullying all these other people, we were this mix of just like, there was some football players, there was some skater scene kids, there was some whatever, like anything, like there was just this like group of like a mixed group of people.
Truthfully, I'll say in my high school, it was the same way. I think movies literally just paint such a negative
Yeah.
picture of what you are to expect because similar situation for me. I was fairly introverted, fairly quiet, but like my friends group span, the jocks, the cheerleaders, like the skater dudes, the hicks, like
Yeah. And
I
that was
was I
definitely
was homies with just about anyone and I was easy to get along with. I was friends with assholes, like I
right.
was like I had a friend group like that. Something, that I think is interesting though is like the school design is really designed to put information in your heads and to churn things out. But it's like teachers like that are really giving back the thing that matters, to kids, which is the personal skills, letting them bloom, letting them have some personality. Because at the end of the day, what is it when you're in school? Why didn't you want to speak up? Because you think, oh, we're supposed to learn information and be the smartest person.
Right.
And, it teaches us that if you're not the smartest person in the room, then you shouldn't open your mouth. And something you say all the time is, I don't want to ever be the smartest person in the room. And I think someone like that is someone to even attribute to that attitude. It's like, okay, it's okay to be human. It's okay to be wrong. Didn't mean to cut you off, but that was a point that I here or there that I'm like, maybe that's, the start of that. And that's good teaching. And that's what the school system needs is it needs personality and human elements.
Right. 100%. And I'm sure, again, something from that carried into, again, like when I was in high school, I didn't want to be mean to anybody. Again, is that me saying I never ever did anything wrong to anybody? No, I'm sure I was a dick to somebody. You're always a dick to somebody.
He is perfect.
I was perfect.
Yeah.
Shiny, clean, amazing. But yeah, I mean, it was just that, like, there were the cliques in high school. They're not as overbearing as movies make it. But again, we were like that group of people who, we're just gonna be friends with everybody, and we want to be friends with everybody. So yeah. I can't remember if there was like a second part to that, or if it was more so just like what was school like.
I just wanted to kind of know, what your school experience was like, and like what kind of friends group that you had with all of that, and how that's kind of shaped you into who you are today. You said with the wrestling thing, not that we have to go back to the wrestling side of it, but
let's go back to the wrestling side of it. Let's make this whole podcast.
You said, hey, I watched, like BTS, like of these wrestling, like. Was it more so that it was just wrestling, or was there anything? I'm peeking into the video side of things. I know that came along later.
Yeah.
But, outside of those BTS, like, was there anything else, like, growing up, like, movie-wise, that you were really drawn to? Was it BTS? Like, you love horror films? Like, is there any movies that really are just like, this, like, changed the way I looked at cinema?
I'm trying to think if there, like, growing up, there was a movie that I was like, this is oh my God. And I don't necessarily know if there was, but just like you said with the behind the scenes thing of like, I would do that with wrestling. I 100% would do that with movies.
Yeah.
So that fascination, looking back now, is very odd and convenient. But at that point in time, I wasn't like, I want to do this. But again, I just had a fascination of knowing how it was made. I was that kid who I would watch a movie. If I had the DVD of it, I'd watch a movie. I'd think it was cool. Then I would watch it again with the DVD commentary on. And I would listen. Sometimes there were movies, and not because I loved necessarily the movie. I think it was more so just something about, like, maybe this was an early sign that I just love listening to people talk like a podcast. But I loved hearing the people tell the stories of like, well, in this scene, this is what was really supposed to happen. In this scene, this is why we wrote this way. It wasn't, people in DVD commentaries aren't breaking down like the tech, like the gear side. It was just like, I love just hearing people talk about how this was made. So yes, in the same sense with movies and everything like that, I loved to own them. So then I could watch behind the scenes featurettes. I could watch the, deleted scenes to see what was supposed to happen in this part. Or, because I would do the same thing with wrestling. Whenever I would get my hands on like an interview or something, and this is before like the internet was huge, I loved hearing like, well, this storyline was actually supposed to be this. I don't know why. I just loved hearing what was like supposed to be, which I think is a part of why I love telling stories so much now, and why I'm so long-winded with everything is because I love the details. I love the what if. I love the blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But luckily I've learned to balance that out where, just like you said earlier, I also won't tell people my ideas unless I'm like sure that they're going to happen, or I'm sure that they really want to listen to it. But that goes back to, again, I would dig into DVD commentary, behind the scenes videos, all that sort of stuff, and just be fascinated by wanting to hear this information. not necessarily because I was going to go buy a camera the next day. I never thought about even owning a camera outside of it would be fun to film us wrestling like they did. There was never a part of me that wanted to buy a camera until you come into the picture and I'm like, oh, hey, cool. This camera thing can really be a tool. But the fascination with like how stories are told, how the stuff is made, everything about that, 100% was always there. I don't know if like horror movies play a part in that necessarily, of like seeing who the monster really is behind the scenes. I don't know. And I guess I don't even know if that was a kind of like another part you wanted to dig into. Like, I don't even really know what made me such a huge horror fan either. I think it was, again, it's the same thing with wrestling, the same thing with anything. It's the story aspect.
I think a lot of people tend to either be hardcore horror fans or not, and it's a tolerance for being scared. I mean,
right.
I loved watching horror movies as a kid because I liked being scared. Like, I hated it and loved it at the same time. So,
right.
Like all the Leprechaun movies when they came out, like they were so corny and funny, but I was like still scared of a leprechaun for some reason. I was like, what if that would happen?
Yeah.
And like slasher films were just like always the worst for me because a lot of times, like mainly like the Scream films, I was like, yo, someone could literally put on a mask and do this. This is pretty freaking scary.
This is pretty real. I don't see that guy in my dreams, but this guy, he just put on a mask.
I've always been more scared of that sort of stuff. But
yeah,
I don't know. Like, I guess I was just more so curious in the sense of, like, was there like a movie that stuck out? Like for me, obvious is like Jurassic Park, and you said BTS. One of the things I thought was really interesting was we had like a BTS VHS of that, and like them talking about how they made the noises for the monster. Like everyone's like, oh, it's like the CGI,
right?
But I thought like them coming up with the noises was like super interesting, and like it was just fun to watch that. And like as like a little kid watching that, my mom was just like, man, that's so weird. Like he's so into dinosaurs with this, and then. The other movie that I think of as a kid that I watched to death was like Ernest Scared Stupid. Like we used to like, it was like a ritual, a family ritual of like getting the Ernest movies when they come out because like that dude was just hilarious to us. Like my dad loved him and he kind of reminded me of my dad. But like the Ernest Scared Stupid one was like my favorite because I just felt like the story in that one was really good and it was like comedy spooky. So it was just fun, scary to watch.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. And I mean like, looking back, like I mean, technically my first favorite movies ever were The Wizard of Oz and Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. As a kid, for some reason, those were my things.
Like watched them over and over.
Oh yeah, like ruined tapes by rewatching them. And actually, I guess that like, man, okay, another memory unlocked. I feel like that. It sort of tells me that maybe the theatrics part, the acting part, the being so into something that I want to figure out how I can do it part, maybe was always there because I remember I would force babysitters or my parents to act out Wizard of Oz with me while we watched it.
Okay.
I forgot about that until just now.
That was Power Rangers for me.
Okay, yeah. I would like I'd play the movie and then I'd want to act out all the parts.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
But I mean, I don't know. Every kid probably does that realistically. Every kid wants to be the thing that they see on the
For
movies.
sure. Like Locke does that now. Like he goes around and he sings "Let It Go" from Frozen over and over, and he is obsessed with being Elsa, and like I love it. I'm just like, oh my god, you're so cute. But yeah, I don't know. That's pretty interesting. So storytelling, back to the wrestling again, something you said that I was like, ooh, that piques my interest. You said you had notebooks that you would literally write down the storylines of all these characters and whatnot. I've always known you to be the notebook guy. Like I love your story of like when you got the warehouse job and everything like that. Was that the start of your notebooking, or is that like totally different? It was mainly drawings, or did you like write stuff down? Do you attribute that at all to like your like note-taking side of things?
I would probably say it has something to do with it. Because I mean, obviously growing up, it was always drawing, but really when it came to like, when I was in the wrestling phase, I literally was just like handwriting out like, and then they say this, and I would write out all the lines and the dialogue, and then I would say the actions are this, and I would essentially write scripts in these notebooks by hand. So I mean, that's probably where that came from, because at that age of like, young teenager or even a little bit before that, I'm probably more prone to writing things than I am drawing them so much. But I would just mesh those things together. But yes, I mean, I would say that maybe that did sort of like spawn a little bit of that, like, yeah, this is how I'm going to write things out. Or when an idea comes up, like, I'm just going to jump into like, yep, I'm just going to let the idea flood out of me.
How scripted do you think like that stuff was? Like, did you see like a transition in any of that at all? Because I say this too. I think this transitions into your band days
Mm-hmm.
in the sense that, not it wasn't necessarily the music per se that I think you really gravitated towards once you got in there.
Yeah. So okay, rephrase that question.
So in these notebooks,
Yes.
like, did you start to get better at the writing, I guess? Did you start to really find the art of the writing? Was it more so getting ideas
I'm
down
sure.
at the first, and then you like start to really pay attention to the story? Because I think as you got into bands, like I think about your member switches, like those sort of stories.
Oh yeah,
That's what I'm getting
yeah,
at. It's like,
yeah,
and
yeah.
I've always admired your ability to write. I've been very envious of that skill set.
Yeah, I've
just
had
learned
to
how
write,
to use a comma.
write emails for you
Yeah.
many times.
So I want to figure out how you became such a gosh dang good writer.
Well,
that's what
thank
I'm
you.
really asking right now.
Thank you. I would definitely probably say it starts with wrestling storylines, because I don't think that I'm just gonna say that. I'm gonna say that it did. I think you're right. It did start with wrestling storylines, because I wasn't, even though I loved movies, I wasn't writing movie scripts.
Yeah.
I wasn't writing, here's what Freddy does when he and Jason finally fight, or whatever. I was never taking that and putting pen to paper with those ideas. It was wrestling. And I suppose even just watching it and being able to dissect it taught me the structure of writing. Because it wasn't so much like person A fights person B in hallway. It was genuinely writing out, here's exactly how I see it in my head. Person A walks up, says this with this cadence, and they're standing like this, and then person B says that, whatever it is. So I do think as time went on, I'm sure it got more structured, but I think even from the start, when I stopped being like, I'm going to make comics, and more so I'm writing a bunch of scripts and booking out literal years worth of wrestling material, I think it did just transition straight into, I'm just writing these things. I'm writing them out word for word. I'm writing all the dialogue. So I'm sure doing that gave some practice, and I was early on putting the reps in of like how to write out scenes. So I'm sure that plays into it.
Yeah. And I think when I was in high school, like, yes, I did like comics and stuff when I was a kid, but one of the things that I feel like I connected with like my high school audience super well with was like drawing very violent cartoons.
Good.
That would like put them in situations where I'd like,
Nice.
like they'd make me mad, and I'd be like, all right, well, I'm gonna draw you
Whoa.
ramping your bike into a big wood chipping machine.
Good you're not in school now.
So
and they found that.
So literally, they found it, and they're like,
Oh.
"This is like pretty ridiculous. You can't be doing this." And I'm like, "It's just a joke." And they're like, "Yeah, he's totally joking. Like, he's not a violent
Incredible.
person." But what I found was I was able to make a lot of people laugh that way. I was
yeah.
never the jokester,
Mhm.
but I was able to use like things that I thought was funny to really make people the butt of jokes, and that was a good connector tool for me. That people were just like, "Man, like Josh is like actually pretty funny at this."
Right.
So, like when you're writing these storylines for these characters, do you feel like you're seeing it as like an exercise, or also like, man, like I just feel like I'm in imagination land right now? Did you share it with anyone, or was this like just a very personal, like you experience?
Yeah. So those things, totally just my universe.
Okay.
Nobody ever, aside from like one or two wrestling friends that had stuck around, that also like, and this is actually a great example of like how serious I take something and would be a great transition into the band stuff, is I had two other friends, and we basically were doing fantasy league, like fantasy booking, before I was aware that was a thing. We each had our own notebook. We each would create our own wrestling federation. We would do a draft. We would draft our roster of people, and then we would book them, and then we would share those with each other like once a month.
Wow.
And so the point being, that only lasted for a little bit, but I still loved doing it. And I could tell, when they would show up to like the hangout, whatever, I don't know, whatever you do when you're like 13, they would come with like unfinished stories and unbooked cards and whatever. I was coming in with like the script is this, here's the matches, here's the finishes, here's what this leads into next week, here's how like I was like taking it way more serious than they were. Now what that turns into is me just kind of like being in my own fantasy land, because again, that lasted, in my mind right now, I'm saying months. It more likely was probably like 2 weeks or something. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like nothing is ever as long as what you kind of remember it being. So I don't think it was.
As you get older, time flies by a lot faster, and you think back, and you're like, "Man, that was like a whole lifetime."
That was like 6 years we were like doing our fantasy rosters, and realistically, it was probably like a month at max. So anyway, I loved doing it still, so I just kept doing it. So yes, it was just my own universe where these things existed, and I don't know if it was like me practicing to do it. It more so was just like I love writing storylines, and I love creating these characters or using characters that I see on TV, and here's how I would book them. Here's how I would do these things. Now, the major point out of that, and you actually brought this up earlier, and I don't think we got to it, was, you know, that was an early sign that like I took things so much more seriously than most of the time the people around me. So get to the end of high school, through high school, bands start being a thing that pops up. There's a band in town. My cousin's the drummer. They're looking for members. I get brought in as the de facto plays bass guy.
Now, were you into music before this, like this type of music, or was this your first introduction?
So
that's something I'm unclear
that
about.
wasn't the actual introduction. Like, I was into that type of music. When I say that type of music, I mean like scene music, metalcore, hardcore,
Pop.
Yes,
Yeah.
that sort of rap, pop. You know,
Yeah.
what no one listens to. No, but it was I got introduced, actually my friend, and I don't think I've ever properly or appropriately credited him for this. My friend Austin King, who you know, introduced me to this entire scene. Would it have popped up later? Maybe there's a chance, but he was the introductor. And so I literally think if I never became friends with him and he showed me this music, would I have ended up joining bands and then working with bands and then having marketing and branding and content creation and videos and all this sort of stuff be half of what my career has been for the last decade nearly. So I always wonder that if I never was around him for him to introduce me to the music. But
question before we dive into like the band side of things, and this is just really selfishly for me.
Yeah.
When you're introduced to this, is this just like casually listening, or is he like telling you the story of these bands? Like, what is this introduction looking like? Because I have a very vivid memory of what music, you know, like listen to music all my life.
Right.
But getting into this type of music, it was just different, and it felt super personal, and it felt like I really like, there were characters that I was getting to know, like, you know, like being introduced to Norma Jean, Under Oath, and like Lamb of God, like by Moody. He really like would tell me who these bands were and why they were significant. Like, this is the first band to do this, you know, and like for me, I felt like I was like, wow, this feels special.
Yeah, I'm sure I felt that way. I don't remember necessarily. I don't remember Austin being like, this is this and this is what they do. It was more so just like, hey, you're in our friends group. Here's the music that we like to listen to. What do you think? And I was like, I remember at the start, I was like, this Devil Wears Prada stuff is pretty crappy, but I like something about it. And when I say pretty crappy, I mean like the early, like, you know, I'm not gonna call With Roots Above Branches Below a crappy album.
I'll say I didn't like Norma Jean or Under Oath like right at the front. Like the first band I ever heard was Lamb of God, and I remember going home and literally telling my dad, "Oh my God, Moody's into this new crappy music. I'm not going to be into it at all." And like a month later, like hearing it over and over, I'm like, oh, like, and really it was the stories that drew me to the music. Yeah.
Like I said, I don't think I had that deep dive early on. It was just like, okay, I'm actually kind of coming around to this music. I'm hearing different versions of it. You know, I hear Devil Wears Prada and I'm like, all right, this whole like this, I don't know, Texas is South song isn't that great. But then you showed me Under Oath and I like nearly everything that they do. So all right, I can get something with this music. And I also joined that scene of music later than you did, maybe later than what a lot of people did. I joined right when the scene was really becoming a scene.
Yeah.
So quickly after that, it was things like, you know, Attack was there, you know, Mice and Men pop up. Like, when I get introduced to that type of music, it's literally like a year later when the MySpace scene really is like becoming a thing.
That was the Pure Volume, dude.
Yeah. what was it? Groove Shark? Groove Shark was one that
See,
worked at school.
I didn't have internet, so Pure Volume worked at school.
Oh.
And anytime I had classes, I would like literally be going on Pure Volume and going to the other related artists to try to find them. I remember finding a Mirror and thinking they were so weird because they looked like gangsters.
Oh, yeah.
But like they
Yeah.
played the hardest music, and I was like, this Amir band is tight.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, it was just sort of like a, hey, here's the music that some people around you are listening to. And then I was like, oh, I think I do like this music, and started listening to it. And then
The thing that really drew me to it was honestly probably the photography and the music videos. I really credit Norma Jean because they're experimental style music videos, and like when they had the Oh God, the Aftermath, like Moody had this poster, and like their whole look for it was like in flannels. They had this like southern look, which I was super into, and they had like charcoal like makeup all over them, so they looked like kind of just like charred and beat down, and like it was just all of them on there on this poster, and I was like, man, that's such a cool photo, and it like doesn't look like other bands.
Mm-hmm. Well, I remember my first introduction to that was actually my cousin's band, who got, at that point in time, professional photos done. And I remember what it was. Now, knowing obviously what it was somebody had an umbrella or a softbox and used a key light on them to use a flash on them, and exposed to the background, and there was like a storm behind them. Not a Photoshop storm, like literal storm clouds. And I remember looking at it and I was like, how did you guys get this photo done? So
Yeah.
did that send me down a trail of like, I want to do photography and video? No, but I do,
Piqued your
you know,
interest though.
I was like, oh, wait, you're from here and you got a photo that looks like this.
Yeah.
Like, this looks legit. So yeah, I think from there, one of my best friends at the time like loved, that music as well. And then he actually got an invitation to join my cousin's band, which was like, again, you're in a band in Crooksville. It was like, oh my God, that's the coolest thing ever. And they were playing like our music. It wasn't, the bar band or whatever. It was like, no, this is like a band. Because again, in Crooksville, that stuff doesn't exist. So anyway, he gets an invite to join. I go with him. I'm there. I become the de facto we need a bass player guy. They said, have you ever looked at a guitar before? And I said, I held one once. And they said, you're in.
Wow.
And I had like early teenage years, like I had an interest in music.
Yeah.
Like at first I wanted to be a drummer. I actually wanted to be a drummer. I was like, yeah, for some reason this is what is piquing my interest right now. And I remember my dad being like, you don't want to be a drummer. They're at the back of the stage. You want to be a guitarist. And I was like, sure. And I remember him getting me a guitar, and that just shifted. Maybe I could be a world famous drummer right now. Have my dad just been like, let's give you a drum set. It could have been, I don't want to hear drums in the house all the
probably.
time. So
That's
play
where
a
my
guitar.
head goes.
So I never got good at guitar, which means I was good enough at bass. So yeah, I joined that band, and that to kind of bring it back to the whole point, I quickly realized that I took that stuff way more seriously than anybody else that was involved. It was already their thing that I just got brought into, and then we go through this like rebrand and rename it, and it starts this like new thing. But I remember like I was the one that was always like, let's do this. Like I, for some reason, became the lyric writer. I was the lyricist of the band.
Did they elect you, or did you just elect yourself?
I think I just elected myself because no one else would do it.
Okay.
No one else was really writing the lyrics. It'd be like, hey, what if before a breakdown we said like, and I'm probably discrediting them heavier than, I'm sure they came up with lines, but I just distinctly remember like, I'd have a notebook, a lyric notebook.
Yeah.
And I would just write all these things, and I would take them to them and be like, what could you do with this? And then we'd sit and, form a song. And I wasn't good at instruments, so I was like, well, I can write.
Contribute.
I can write, I suppose. But then, my focus was always on how do we do this real? How do we actually make this a thing? It's a fun fact for anybody who knows these people or is from Columbus. I feel like our band, even though we were from Crooksville, we got a connection to Sode and Kevin Langford, and two people who recorded many, many local bands throughout the Ohio area for a long time. I think we were like maybe one of the first handful of bands that actually got recorded by them. Because I remember we go up to what was called Casa de Puckett. That's where I met like David Puckett and Crimson Armada and all those sort of people.
Okay.
And we were recorded in the basement, in like these, in like a random closet with blankets everywhere. And so that was like, I remember us getting those recordings back, and I mean, they were like, again, for that time, they were high quality recordings. Like
Yeah.
they were real recordings. And again, so to me, I'm like, oh my God, these aren't just like random, hey, my uncle has a cassette recorder that we can go play in front of. It was like, this is how the other bands do it, and this is how we're doing it. And I remember traveling to Columbus for that, and that was like the biggest deal ever, because I'm like, oh my God, like we're going past Zanesville? Like, what do you mean? And I guess, I don't know if I'm jumping all over the place, just stop me. But for the sake of not making this episode 6 hours long, that was also where I got my first interest in singing, because everybody sings when they're by themselves.
Yeah.
Mostly, I would say. But I remember I got to like sing on one of the songs, which again just shows you like we were a very local band. Like I'm not going to try and be like, I took it so seriously. Like, I took it seriously, but I didn't know what I was doing.
Yeah.
But if that shows you anything, like they were just like, hey, like you said you kind of wanted to sing, right? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, all right, cool, go do it.
I think there's a lot to be said for that, though, is really that is opportunity. You know, you decide what you do with that opportunity. Like, obviously, like, you could say, like, oh, it's not a big deal, but, like, what did trying that out do for you? A lot of what I've heard in your story has been breaking down limiting beliefs. You know, like, oh, I can't speak up in class. Teacher creates the comfort for that. Mm-hmm. Oh, had I ever been able to sing before? No, but you're with a bunch of bandmates that make you comfortable enough to say, like, hey, why don't you just sing on this song? Right. So then you try something out. And I think that's taking opportunity and doing something with it.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. So that was a kind of a big thing where it was like, you know, did I become like the vocalist of the band at that point in time? No, but it was kind of that breakthrough moment of like, here's the thing that I wanted to try, and I'm getting the opportunity to go ahead and try it. So great. Here's the opportunity. I'm gonna go ahead and take it, and then we're gonna go from there. And it's funny because thinking back to all of this, again, it's kind of the hazy timeline thing that life does to you. Whenever I think back to being in a band, it feels like it was like 5 years of my life.
Yeah.
When realistically, it was like 3 months out of one summer, and then like 6 months out of the following year is when I was like in a band. Because I was in that band, I played bass, I sang. I probably had no reason to be doing either one of those things. But again, I took it super seriously. I wanted us to like have a logo. I wanted us to have like, this is when social media is popping up and really becoming a thing, and Facebook exists. And I remember us wanting to have a social media presence before. I'm sure I wasn't using those terms.
Yeah.
But I was like, how do we have content? What do we do? Like, I remember taking BTS video and photo on my like whatever phone I had at that point in time.
You know, like what sparks that? Where does that come from? Because you don't just, did you invent that?
Yeah, right. It 100% was just seeing other bands do it. Just the same way that I would see wrestlers, how they did it, and the same way I would see, you know, BTS movie people do it, whatever. It came from like, okay, I'm seeing what these other bands that we want to be like are doing. I'm seeing that they have good photos, they have cool videos. Not that we ever got to the point of even attempting to do a music video, but I saw what they had, and I was like, well, there's no reason that we can't have that too. Why wouldn't we have that?
Yeah.
It's not that we're from Crooksville, this small town where nothing cool exists. It's, no, we're just another band just like them, so we're getting good recordings. Why don't we have good everything else? Why don't we document this stuff? Why don't we, you know, at that point in time, the big thing was like studio updates and seeing the band hang out and do goofy stuff, go to McDonald's, whatever. We would film all that.
Yeah.
And was it with the purpose of like, this is a band update? No, it was more so just like, we know we need to be documenting everything. And cool, it's fun content, even if it wasn't really thought about in that sense. So yeah, that was kind of always the focus. I remember we got, the first set of promos that I got to be in. And this is actually a lasting lesson that I uncovered recently when thinking about it. So we got promos done by this dude. Cool promos, again, for that time. Very scene promos. We ripped off the Devil Wears Prada zombie EP photo.
Yeah.
I think I've posted it on my social media before, like probably years ago at this point. But you know, we all had weapons and black V-necks and all that sort of stuff. He knew what he was doing. He knew how to take a photo. He would use actual lighting, actual flash. Like, they were dope for that time. Again, a little band from Crooksville shouldn't have these things, but we found ways via friends and connections and all this sort of stuff to get those things. So The point of the story is that we did not receive those photos except for 2 sample photos. He ripped us off. He took our money, and we never saw the actual photos. So that was a lesson in, wow, if I were a photographer taking photos of bands, I would never do that to anyone. Turns out, fast forward a handful of years later, and I'm like, let's take promo catalogs for you, and let me give you 9,000 photos and undercharge and everything else because I want to create a good experience.
Photographer. Props to him. He left such a bad experience that you're just
But I was like,
I'm never going to do that.
I'll probably never work with bands, but if I ever do, I'll never do this to them.
Well, on that note, the band ends at some point.
Yeah.
And we transition into, what comes next?
Yeah, so at that point, it's end of high school, and I know that, man, we're just at the end of high school, and we're so far into this episode.
Well,
listeners, I'm sorry.
Listen, hey, I'm going to pause this for a second.
Yes.
There's a point where we could come to our timeline and meet.
Yes, I know.
But also, that story's kind of been told. What I really want to do here, I don't want you to feel bad about taking your time. I want you to say who you are.
I know.
And who you are before me, because I'd safely say you've uncovered a lot of who you are with us together. Like, we can wrap the end of this up one way.
Yeah.
But I really want to uncover who you are.
Yes.
So I don't want you to feel bad.
Yeah.
We're at the end of high school.
Yes.
Don't
Thank you
feel
for
bad.
making me feel
Don't
better
feel
about
bad.
that. It's my own show, and I'm like, oh, God, I'm so sorry. Yeah. So, yeah, we're at the end of high school. I know that I don't want to go do real-world things. I just don't. I don't want to go to college. I don't necessarily want to go get a job. Luckily enough, I didn't have a family that was like forcing me into any of that sort of stuff. So obviously they were like, you should go to college. And when I'm like, I don't want to do that, I'm like, I'm making music or I'm like having fun doing whatever. Luckily they were like, okay, cool, that's fine. You could go to college for all that art stuff you did. Remember how much you liked to draw all the time? Like, why don't you go to school for that? And I was just like, I don't want to do that. And they didn't force me into a job either. Luckily, I didn't have to get my first job until I was like 17 or 18. So I was lucky in that sense.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't want to go to college. I don't want to do any of that stuff. But I also know I don't just want to sit around and do nothing. So obviously I'm doing the band stuff, which easily translates into starting a clothing line because that was the trendy thing to do if you were in the music scene at that point in time. For some reason, I was attracted to that. I don't really know why. I think it was also because I was starting to pick up Photoshop at that point in time and teaching myself all of that sort of stuff of trying to make stuff for the band, trying to make a logo for the band and all that sort of stuff. And then I was like, oh, cool. Well, I can design with these things, through Photoshop and all that sort of stuff. And so it's funny.
It was like a means to an end. More so, you weren't like presented like graphic design. You were like, well, I'm in a band, so we should learn how to do this ourselves.
From what I remember, it was like this needs to be done, and somebody needs to learn how to do it, and no one else really is. So I guess I'll learn it too. I'll try it.
Okay.
It's funny. A mutual friend of ours. I don't know if he'll listen to this or not, but Matty McClelland, former Polter guy himself, with me, was the one that made me want to start a clothing line because he had one at that point in time. And I
actually know this story.
I had met him through the music scene. So I would have never became friends with him had I not joined a band and played shows because our bands played shows together. So there you go, folks. Poltergeist would have never existed had I not joined a bad scene band in 2010. So anyway, he had a clothing line. I was like, oh my God, I'm seeing somebody that I know do it. That's so sick. I want to do it. I think I remember asking him, hey, dude, will you be annoyed if I start a clothing line too? Because I was like, is it some weird competition thing? And of course, he's like, dude, no. I think he actually, my original idea for the clothing line, and this is where all of my storytelling, like, that I like everything to have a purpose.
Yeah.
Everything needs to have intention. I love Easter eggs. I love deeper meanings, all that sort of stuff. The very first idea for the clothing line, because you came in at I Apparel and then Spectra.
Yep.
The original idea was going to be called Emerald Empire.
Okay.
Based off of my love as a child for the Wizard of Oz and the Emerald City.
Wow.
So originally I was like, this is how I can like tie this in. And I was like trying to make all these designs based around like each character. Like what's a symbol that could represent the scarecrow? And what does a scarecrow mean? And what does a Tin Man mean? And all those sort of things. So I remember originally he made my original Emerald Empire logo because I was like, I'm not confident enough that I can do this. This goes back to my earlier thing, or if I don't think I can do something appropriately, but I want it done, I will find somebody who can appropriately and less stressful do it. So he actually made the very first clothing line I ever attempted. And when I say attempted, I didn't even do anything with it. I just had him make me the logo, and I was like, oh my God, this is dope. And then went another direction. So anyway, start the clothing line. And by that time, I had met, via being in a band, I had met a bunch of other bands, right? You make friends with the other people in your music scene. You meet them at shows, you meet them online. Facebook is an actual just platform to have friends on, not get advertised to at that point in time. So you're meeting all these people via the internet. And the transition that I know you've continuously asked for is the band stops, but I knew I was like, well, this whole community, I guess, this scene, I love working with bands. I love still doing this thing, and I want to be a part of it. So I wasn't in bands anymore, but I was like, I still want to do something with all these friends I've made. I still want to, make this happen. So that was an easy transition point to, hey, I'm starting this clothing line. I'm going to sponsor, a bunch of my friends' bands. They're going to get promos done in my shirts. That's easy content for me. It's cool sponsorships because, again, at that point in time, it was dope if you were a band and had a clothing sponsorship.
Yeah.
So I just kind of dove headfirst into the clothing line thing, where I was just making all these designs, getting these shirts printed. They were terrible, but people loved them because it was just that time frame. And again, being from Crooksville, making something like a clothing line was a mind-blowing thing, so it was kind of easy to sell all those things. And again, having all the friends in bands, it was easy to get them to either buy the stuff or just get the stuff to wear it and promote it. That takes a deeper dive into the Unsigned Ohio stuff, where at that point in time, I'm like, I really want to promote these bands. I want to talk about them. I want to do something where I can use these social media platforms that are popping up now. I want to highlight these bands. And again, taking it more seriously than probably anybody should, I was like, I want there to be an alt press that exists just for local Ohio and surrounding states thing. Why aren't these artists getting coverage too? Yeah. I don't understand. Why aren't their songs getting shared? Why aren't their stories being told and being interviewed? So the original idea was I was going to start a YouTube channel and promote all my friends' bands that I was making or finding online. There's another person who is named Larissa Roman, who, for I think a school project, started this idea called Unsigned Ohio. And it was basically just this kind of, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was some sort of online promotion that was like, hey, we're talking about local bands.
Yeah.
I remember hitting her up and being like, hey, would you want to cross-promote with my YouTube channel that I'm thinking about starting? I noticed you guys don't have a YouTube channel. Would you want this to be the Unsigned Ohio YouTube or just something that cross-promos with it? I kind of want to do what you're subtly starting to do. And at that point in time, it was just kind of sharing band statuses on Facebook.
Yeah.
And I was like, what's kind of the next layer? How could I play a part in this? And she was like, hey, we don't have a YouTube. Do you just want to run the YouTube and help me run the brand? And it was kind of as simple as that, where it was like, oh, dope. Here's like-minded individuals. We're going to jump in and do this thing. And so then, that kind of becomes the Unsigned Ohio thing. I will stop in my tracks because I'm sure you have questions, and I'm sort of just weaving through the story here.
No, I like where you're going, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Okay.
I honestly like where you're going with this. I don't have anything to interject with.
Cool. Okay.
The only thing I'll say is one thing I liked about this was you're discrediting yourself, I think. Okay. You're saying, oh, I started a clothing brand because it's cool and that's what you do. What I'm hearing is that, hey, I started this clothing brand, which allows me to continue to connect with this audience, this community. And then, you're probably vying for a little bit more. And that's why this Unsigned Ohio thing, even pulls it even further for you. It's I want to be involved in this community. This community feels important to me, so I'm going to stay connected. You could, sure, it's cool to have the clothing line.
Right, yeah.
But you saw it as a way to connect with people.
Yeah, and I mean, the core piece, I think, is also, I just didn't want to have a real job.
Yeah.
I didn't want to go to college. I didn't want to do that stuff.
But you did have a real job during this.
I did, yes. So at some point, yes, I do get a job. It's at the factory that I mentioned earlier. It's a factory in town that was kind of the job to have in town. My grandma worked there. So I get a job there. And so, that's when it kind of becomes the whole, where am I really headed? What do I really want to do? Because then it's like, okay, I have a job and I'm pretty much using, and I'm still living at home at that point in time. So I'm still like, I'm using my income from that job to put into like getting the clothing line, like all of that sort of stuff made. I'm getting the shirts printed and all that sort of stuff. And by this time I had like luckily taught myself Photoshop well enough that, I was designing a lot of it, or I was also just like supporting other people in the community of like, hey dude, you make really cool designs. Hey person, you make
Yeah.
really cool this. Like, can I buy this from you and print it in a shirt? And I think that was another like an early phase of like knowing how to delegate
Yeah.
that I think I didn't really know that I was doing that,
Yeah.
but I was
You
doing
met
that.
me and I ruined all of your delegation skills.
Like,
I was like,
let's
dude,
do
we can
everything.
do it all.
Just us. But
You were
again,
on a good track.
I was on a good, what could have been. But yeah, it was just like, hey, I have an idea for a design that I know I can't really make properly, and you do this thing well, so cool. I'm just going to have you do it. Can I buy that design? Can I have you make a design, whatever it is? So yeah, the original clothing line is going. I'm working at the factory, and that whole year, I was 19. That whole year is not a blur because clearly I'm telling the story of it, but it was just such a mundane year where, yes, I will probably discredit myself and say that I wasn't making progress because that's how it felt. I'm sure I was. But I just worked at this factory, and I, for most of the time there, was on like a second shift schedule.
Yeah.
So I was going into work at anywhere from like 1 to 3 p.m. and I would get home anywhere from 11 to 1 a.m. That's an entire day.
Yeah.
And I'm not an early riser. We know this. So I really wasn't going to push myself like, I'm going to wake up at 7 in the morning. I'm going to do all my things. Like, nope, I'm tired from work and I'm just going to sleep, and I'm going to wake up at 10 or 11. And then I've got a couple hours to try and do things. So in my head, I don't say this out loud, but I've always said to myself that I feel like year 19 of my life was taken from me in a way. Now, again, that's via my own doing, and I was still doing things. I was still doing Unsigned Ohio. I was still doing the clothing line, but this factory job just sucked so much time and energy away from me.
Yeah.
However, the benefits, much like I told the story earlier, this is when I discover podcasts because I'm so bored doing the same thing, sitting in a booth at this factory every day, that it gave me plenty of time to jump into podcasts. And again, the notebook thing where I realized like, okay, like I'm at this place that I hate, but it doesn't mean that I still can't make progress, even if it's very small, towards the things I want to be doing. So I'm always going to have a notebook that I would take to and from home with me of, if I had an idea, if I had a thought, if I had a thing that I'm like, oh, I need to share this status on the Unsigned Ohio thing to share about this band, or, oh, I need to whatever. I would just note them down or write down all these ideas in this notebook. So that way I knew that I wasn't forgetting them, and I was also trying to use this time as wisely as I could outside of the job to, okay, how can I still push towards the things that I want to push towards? Of, oh, I've got this design idea. I've got this Unsigned Ohio idea. I've got whatever it may be. I was always still filling like a notebook with all these thoughts at that job.
Yeah.
So yeah, but in general, like, I feel like I just missed out on a ton during that year because, again, every day I was just in this factory, and you're not really seeing sunlight. You're not really like, you were lucky if it was like, I mean, obviously if it's nice out, you can go to like your vehicle and have lunch or whatever, but there was just like this trapped feeling that I had during that time period. But
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but maybe I'm onto something here, and I think this could be helpful for someone else too. I'm hearing something in myself when I'm thinking about your story and what you're telling right now. I think in those formative years, when you're making, Unsigned Ohio what it is, when you're making Spectra Eye Apparel into what it is, what you're saying is like, hey, I'm working the day job, I'm still getting things done, but I feel like I'm wasting a lot of my time. The thing that really sucks is like when you're making an idea for the first time, it's really exciting because in your head, you're like, oh, I can see it this way. I visualize this and that's exciting. And then you go to the day job and you're like, oh my God, this is soul sucking and crushing because this is what I have to do to survive. But in those formative years, you're not really even sure what the potential of something is. So like you're making something, which is exciting, but at the same time, it's honestly pretty frustrating. So you probably see that whole year as like, it felt like a waste. It felt like I was in limbo. But what you were really doing was you were probably incubating what it was to become so that when you could leave the factory,
Right.
when you could really dedicate more time to this, you could actually let it blossom. If you were to leave that factory job, you probably would have felt even more frustrated to some degree because you're like, this hasn't bloomed into anything. So having that time to think and actually, sit on this idea and flesh it out a little bit more probably felt like frustrating, but at the same time, I feel like you were actually getting a lot of that out and made into like reality.
Yeah, and I think you're correct in saying that it was almost like appropriate boundaries that were put on during that time period because it made me have to be very intentional with my time.
Yeah,
because it was
there's
like,
a
okay,
lot
when
of
I'm
impatience in making something.
right, so it's like, all right, I'm getting home at 11 or 12. I need to do these things before I'm too tired to, and want to go to sleep. And I do need to wake up early and do this tomorrow or whatever. So I'm sure there was a part of, that process that, again, I felt super trapped and it sucked from a life sense.
Yeah.
From the like brand, the endeavor, the passion sense or whatever. I do think that maybe, yes, in a way, like it was almost needed boundaries of like, okay, well, if you want to make this happen, here's your time frame of when you can do it. And you need to kind of like strike during this time frame.
Yeah. So, obviously I know a little bit about this story now. We're catching up to me. I was very attracted to apparel. I'll just share this. So this is where storytelling really, this is what I mean by storytelling. Personal. It has touch points. Real. My friend shoots photography for you. And at the time, I wasn't really a photographer. I dabbled in it a little bit. I was video. And I was like, oh, wow, like this is local. This is a local clothing brand. I'm supporting his photography, but I'm also like, man, this is awesome that there's a clothing line. It seems like there's heart to it. Like, I don't remember what the copy was for the social media post, but I was just like, this is really cool and I'm interested in this. I want to support something local, and that means a lot to me. I didn't know who you were, even though we had actually already met.
Yeah, unknowingly.
But I was like, I'm going to buy some of this just because I want to support someone doing something local. And I thought the designs were cool. I thought it was cool that my friend shot photography. And I liked what the brand was about. It felt like very personal about embracing who you were. That's the feeling I had. And the thing that just absolutely sealed me on, like, I need to meet you and know and understand who you are, was getting literally the handwritten note that was in the box. Like, it didn't come quick. It actually took a long time for the package to come there because, you work in a day job. And I remember it took longer than usual. But I expected that from a local brand. But getting that handwritten note and the extra stickers for free, I was just like, man, this is the personal touch that I just feel like there's connectivity here. I don't know this person, but I just felt like I was diehard at that point. And I think a lot of people miss that point when they're creating a brand, when they're creating an idea. They think, if my idea is good or if it's beautiful or whatever, that's going to be enough. But to me, I bought a shirt and I got a note and I knew you were someone I needed to meet.
Yeah. I mean, there was. I wanted to put purpose to those things. I wanted it to feel like it was a organic thing that was like, hey, you're genuinely supporting something. Hey, this is like, I want this brand to represent this. I want it to have this feeling.
And another tangent to this was, at that point, that's when I started doing some digging on who you were. And I saw, okay, he has this, but I saw that you were involved in Unsigned Ohio, and I had heard of Unsigned Ohio. And at this point, I really wanted to be into doing music videos, but I had been so far from the scene that I was like, I don't know how to get back in there. I'd refined my craft and all that stuff. So I knew that I needed to meet you. Point that I really want to dig into is like, okay, there's the clothing line, there's Unsigned Ohio. What were those things? Really Unsigned Ohio. What was it at that time? Because that went through a lot of evolutions.
Yeah. So, I mean, it started as a Facebook page mixed with like a YouTube. And then, again, like I said earlier, my whole idea was like, why isn't there an alt press that exists for local bands? So then it kind of turned into this online blog mixed with like the social media, where I was spending a lot of time scouring the internet to make write-ups and articles about local bands who weren't getting write-ups and articles made. And I was trying to like use the skills of writing and you know, write these things about what their song means and dig in and like pick from like certain verbiage they would use in their captions to then, all right, that's what I'm going to use to explain what this release is for them, and to do interviews with them like that.
Yeah.
I guess technically might be an early phase of me liking to converse with people and again, peek into the behind the scenes, peek into the side of things that you don't know. Is I had so much fun doing press interviews with a lot of these bands.
Yeah.
Because I would be like, hey, like, one, this is a way that I know I can get to know you better, and maybe that can, like, you know, help me in some way. But it was also, I just want to get to know you. Hey, you released this new song. Do you want to do an interview about the song? And I wasn't just asking, what's up with the song? What's your favorite band? I was asking, honestly, things that we would probably ask now.
Yeah.
I was saying, what is the song's meaning? What does this lyric mean? What's the story behind it? What made you want to write this? How'd you form the band? Where did it come from? Like, I was always wanting to dig into those things. So it sort of just became this big, like, online press outlet. Not big, but you get what I'm saying. And I mean, it got to a point where we actually got hate. We got hated on one time because I wrote an article about a band who broke up, and I didn't fabricate anything. I just like said what they said and, you know, whatever. And then remember they were like, oh, are you just like, they didn't use this verbiage, but like just comparing it to like what somebody would say now is they were like, oh, it's like TMZ, like trash, like you're just saying stuff. And I'm like, I just like pulled from your status and I'm just like giving your band coverage just to do it. Like, what? So we had haters at one point in time.
Yeah.
But anyway, when you start getting involved, that's kind of the next evolution of it, where it's like, okay, now there's tangible things we can do, where I was designing for bands and I was like trying to kind of help them with their social media and their marketing, not really knowing what those things were, because again, that was always my focus. And I was always like, again, when I was in a band, I was like, why don't we take these things more seriously? So now I'm looking at every other band and I'm like, why don't you take these things more seriously? How can I make these things happen? And so, you know, at some point you get involved in Unsigned Ohio becomes more of like, or probably like the first like marketing agency that we worked on together.
Yeah.
Where it was like, hey, we can do promos and we're going to start dabbling into music videos. I remember before I was involved in shooting the videos, I premiered one of your videos. Like that was one of the first things, is like you shot a music video and it was like exclusive through Unsigned Ohio. And like we did this whole like big premiere thing and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I guess it sort of grew from this like press thing into an actual sort of like attempt at an agency, which is very funny because all of the fundamental like pieces and values that had then is how we execute everything now.
Yeah.
So it's a fun kind of little mirror.
Not much has changed, but I will say the DIY approach of things and doing literally everything. Like the blessing of Unsigned Ohio for me is that it gave us the foundation as working as a team to figure out what we're absolutely terrible at. Like, you know, like the blessing and a curse side of things. Like both of us overly eager. We both get overly excited at ideas sometimes. Mm-hmm. Not so much anymore, but back then it's like, well, why aren't bands doing this? So let's just do it for them.
Yeah.
And, you know, that bit us in the ass a couple of times. But I think the key thing and all that was like we learned a lot about each other. And I think it took you a while to figure out how to throttle me down.
Right. Yeah. Well, and I think it was just also during that time that I think it started to become just more of a tangible thing of like, oh, here's how, like, oh, this person is bringing me a camera. This person being you is like bringing me a camera, and now I can like actually, it's not just me making a design for a band that probably at that time wasn't good anyway, but like, you know, it's not just me designing their social media header. It's we can take photos of them, and then I can design a social media header based off of that, and then I can work with them in this whole like quote unquote release campaign. And again, it's all of that time frame is easier said than how it was done. That was like a handful of years of figuring that out. But you know, also for me personally during that time is something I guess I shouldn't leave out, is like those were also like sort of like big life steps for me during that time period, because it was, you know, moving out of Crooksville for the first time and moving to Zanesville and then like moving back home for a little bit. And then, you know, eventually like the jump to Columbus happens.
Yeah.
But it was also like so much of that too. And I think this is a big thing that definitely adds to probably who I am now, of more like conflict resolution, now that we know the phrases to put to that.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like happened during that time, because that was also, and this is something that you know I've talked about a lot, is that I feel like that point in time I also made a huge transition in just like my life and like my friendships.
Yeah.
Because as I was, then all of a sudden it's like, oh man, this Josh Emerick dude has like a camera and we can shoot things and all this sort of stuff. That's so fun. I want to hang out with him all the time.
Yeah.
And even a little bit before that, when I got into music, you make new friends there, and you want to go hang out with those friends, and you want to, go to Columbus and hang out with those people or whatever it is. And I remember during that time frame, like, I didn't like lose the high school friends, but it definitely became that like, what the fuck, bro? Like, you're gonna go do this thing, and not that it was ever like that direct, but that was kind of always
how it made you feel.
That was like always like the feeling. That was always
we always have narratives going on in our head.
Right. And I mean, to be honest, there was a handful of things that were direct during this time period.
This is all in your head.
Yeah, I made it all up. I didn't even have those friends in high school. But I remember like having a bunch of shit talked on me for joining a band, back when I did that, and because like, and that was like from that super close friend that I had at that time. He left the band because he had like some problem with one of the members of the band, blah, blah, whatever, high school drama.
Yeah.
He left the band. I decided to stay because I was like, I want to do this. So then that causes this huge rift. I remember they made a fake band that would make fun of everything that we did. I don't know if I ever told you that before.
No.
They went so far.
Man.
So like they made a Facebook page making fun of it all. Anytime we'd take promos and post them, they'd take like shitty promos and make fun of them. We'd write a status and be like, new song coming out, blah, blah, blah. They'd like write a status and be
you were doing something right.
Which yes, I came to learn I was for sure doing something right. But again, the thing that I think it taught me, whether I knew I was doing it or not, was how to manage conflict, I wasn't just like, fuck you guys, what the hell, like I hate you, blah blah blah, like you're a dickhead. It was just sort of like, okay, like how do I avoid this, how do I confront this, how do I like solve this. I remember this is actually, I'm gonna tell you a quick story that's based off of this, because I think you're gonna be like, oh wow, and I don't think I've ever told you this story. So during that time period, one of the members, this is like in between like the band kind of exists, it doesn't, one of the members the band has disbanded, it's no more.
Okay.
And for some reason, everyone, and this is the part of me that's like, hey, that small town mentality you got, you can leave it behind. You can grow and be a real human. You don't have to act like where you're from.
Yeah.
Because everyone, for some reason, just decided to hate each other. Everyone was like, I fucking hate you, blah, blah, blah.
From the band?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm sitting and I'm like, why? Why are we doing that? And like Twitter was really a thing at that point in time. So anyway, all these people would like cyberbully. Like they were like hardcore, like shit talking on Twitter, on Facebook, again, making fun of things, blah, blah, blah. There was one instance, and this is a person that like, I was like, why? I want to be friends with this person. I was at my house, and again, this is Crooksville, small town, so nothing's far away. I was at my house. They posted a tweet that was like directly shit talking me. And I was like, why? And I remember like, I'd been close with this person, like their family, like all that sort of stuff. And thinking back, I'm like, I don't know how I did this, because like I would do this now, but I would also be like, God, this takes so much energy. Like this person isn't even worth it. But again, I still, we always want to solve issues rather than just let them fester. So anyway, I decide I'm just going to go to his house. I'm going to go to his house, not to fight, not to attack him, but to talk.
Okay.
And this is before that I know anything about like, hey bro, mindset, blah, blah, blah. Like none of that. I'm just like, why are we doing this? Why are we being so shitty? So I went to his house. His mom answers the door. And I think she kind of knew what was going on. She was like, oh, hey, what are you doing here? And I was like, hey, I'm here to talk to so-and-so. Like, I don't know what's going on with us. I don't know what he's doing. He's like being really, really, really mean. I don't know what's going on. So I'm here to talk to him. And she was like, oh, okay. Like I could tell she was like proud. Okay. Like she was like, oh, this is like, you're doing a good thing. I remember sitting at this kitchen table, and this is like where I think I found a lot of value in just like facing something head on and not letting it just exist. That as pissy as I get when I have to try and solve a problem that I don't want to solve, if I don't directly get in its face and just get to the end and the solution, it bothers me a lot.
Yeah.
I can't sit on something for months and not have an answer and not have a whatever, whether it's good, bad, in between, whatever. I have to, like, it needs to be resolved.
Yeah.
Whether the resolution is we're never speaking again, or the resolution is, hey, that wasn't that bad, we can fix it. And this is like an early example of that. Sitting in his kitchen, I don't think his mom said that I was here. She just said, hey, someone's here to see you. And because I remember the look on his face when he walked into the room. Blood drains from his face, white as a ghost. And he literally like stutters through the words like, what are you doing here? And I'm just like, dude, we need to talk. Like, I'm not here to like fight. I'm not here to argue. Why is this happening? Why are we doing this? So I had to face that thing head on. We ended up having a perfectly fine conversation. He identified that he had no real reason as to why he was acting like that, why he was doing it. I had this big breakthrough conversation with him, figuring out a better version of who he wanted to be, and we ended up being friends, and everything was solved. And
Conversation. Productive conversation.
God,
this is what we need right now in 2020 more than anything in the world. Everyone listening,
communicating.
This is very important. I don't want people to go past this, but this is a lot of energy. It's a lot of energy.
I mean, and I was sick to my stomach.
So uncomfortable to do this.
Yeah.
But my God, at the end of this, like, again, even if that ended badly and you weren't friends, like, at least it's done. You have an answer, and then you can be like, cool, I don't have to worry about this anymore. It's been solved. I know this person hates my guts, and that's cool. I tried to talk. I understand now. That's a really, really beautiful story.
But not addressing it, I could have just sat there and woke up every day to a tweet that said, like, go fuck yourself, whatever, and for no reason.
Yeah.
But all it took was, like, all right, I need to make myself really uncomfortable and go confront this person, not to argue, but to actually just communicate. And it ended up solving the problem.
You had to be the bigger man. Unfortunately,
right. Be the bigger
the
person.
time.
Yeah. I've shared that with you. I mean, not that you didn't know this, but like, that quote that I recently kind of came upon and it kind of clarified it for me is like, yes, unfortunately, why is it that it's always the person who is wronged who is supposed to be the bigger person?
Yeah.
And I get that, yes, it just makes sense that, yes, you are supposed to just forgive and forget and whatever. But it's hardly ever the person who's doing the wrong who steps up and is like, I'm really wrong. I'm fucking up. So anyway, that whole time period, it was never that bad again, but there was a lot of very, very close to similar situations that like, I also was like, oh, I'm in this weird transition period where I'm trying these creative things. And when other friends are going and getting jobs or not having jobs at all and or whatever, and I'm sitting and I'm like, I'm moving to Zanesville or I'm going to do this or I'm clothing line, whatever. It's very easy, again, from a small town for everyone to be like, fuck you, bro. Like, oh, the classic, like, you think you're better than us? And it's like, no, I'm just trying to be the best version of me.
Yeah.
Like, and why does that make you mad? Why does that upset you?
So, question I have for you with all these different endeavors and whatnot. I feel like when I start something new, like I have my tribe at the beginning of this, like you talked about Larissa and Unsigned Ohio, like was that like an instant connection, like great teamwork building together, like the band side of things? And like, was there anything different that when you and I started coming to working together? Because I do think in the beginning, a lot of times those connections are there. But the thing that I noticed with you and I working together, I was like, wow, I feel like I finally have an equal, not necessarily in the skill sets, but I have an equal in passion. And that was something that was really important to me and really motivating for me.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's mega important to find like-minded individuals. Not that you think exactly the same, but your goals align, your energy aligns, whatever. I don't know if this answer will surprise you or anybody listening. I guess I don't know. The answer up to that point is not at all. I don't ever feel like I had anybody who was equally, genuinely as passionate about anything that I wanted to do. Again, the band members, it was like, I want to do this, I want to do that. Yes, they were passionate. I'm not trying to sound like the genius here. I wasn't. But, so many of these people and so many of these endeavors, it was always, yeah, that would be cool if we did that. Now let's sit and let's wait for it to happen. Or let's do 10% of the idea. Let's put 10% of the effort in and expect 100% of the results. That's what I always ran into.
Do you think that you would have done, and this is going to sound comical, but what I mean by this is like the extent of it. Do you think you would have done EP sleeves, with the band, for
Right.
example?
Yeah, I mean, probably not. I don't think I would have done that on my own, because that is a case of like somebody else is showing me like, hey, here's how we really do this in real life. Sure, I would have designed them for them. I would have made the artwork or something, but I don't know if I would have like went as hard as, hey, we're printing EP sleeves like you and I did. But I think that was like it was the good thing. That's why that conversation, and not that I don't want to sit and harp on, again, everybody knows the Ross and Josh story by this point, but that's why it was so eye-opening to me that first time that you and I sat down in Wendy's for literally 6 hours, because we aligned on so many things. It wasn't that we liked the same stuff.
Yeah.
It was that energy-wise, whatever, like passions, interests, anything, like it all aligned enough to where it was like, oh, as human beings, we align a lot. It really sounds like you want to work hard on something too, and I do as well. And up to that point, no, I never felt like I had that tribe. I never felt like I had that team. And, that's something that you and I feel like we don't have right now. Yeah. And again, as lucky as we are to have this partnership in all these creative endeavors, and I'm insanely lucky in the sense that if I come up with a skit or a movie idea and I get it planned enough, I'm lucky enough that I have somebody that I can pitch that to and say, can we make this? And then that person says, yes, here's how we make it.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't have that. And up until that point, it was so much of just like me spinning my tires. And again, I'm not saying we took off right at the beginning and everything was perfect. For years, we collectively spun our tires. But, it's hard to find those other people.
I was willing to spin my tires, though, with you, which was something that I didn't always have someone in that seat with me to spin the tires with.
Yeah.
So something that I've always admired about you is I feel like you've been able to get a lot of people to buy in and be excited about an idea. But I feel like a lot of times you've been let down because there hasn't been a matched passion to get something done. And for me, when you came to the table, I was like, man, I've tried this like 4 times, and like it's always been like at the aim of video, and we're having fun with video. And you were the first person that came along that was like, all right, we're focused at changing an industry and giving the underdogs something that they should deserve. And it wasn't like just video. Video was the tool to get to there. And that was the differentiator for me of like, wow, I'm like working with someone who's passionate about a different goal. And it's not about being the dopest video person or creative person. It's really at a goal, a mission. And that was the first time that I had ever experienced that.
Yes. And I mean, not to like jump all over the place, but again, everybody knows our story at this point in time. So, I think that has consistently been one of the most difficult things, and something that I'm trying to reel myself in on is, I am so sure of the things that I want to do. And you said it earlier, like one of my big things is I don't like to tell people ideas unless I know there's a really, really good chance, or it's already started, that it's going to happen, right? I don't really like showing people things unless I have proof that it exists. Where I think a lot of people live is they love the idea of something. But then when it takes time to put the effort and the energy in, that's where a lot of people stop. And that's not me saying that I'm better than anybody for that. But it's just how I'm wired. And apparently, it's how I've been wired since I was a kid. It's always just like, hey, this thing is interesting to me. And I want to do it. So how can I figure out how to do it?
Yeah.
And that's consistently one of like the biggest battles that, again, I know you have, but I'll keep it general for the podcast's sake, is a battle that I consistently have. Is it's hard now to sit and want to put energy or faith or trust into how many other people can I get involved in this, because everybody's really good at saying they want to be involved. When it comes to actually doing it and doing it correctly, that's when everybody kind of breaks off. That's when it's like, oh, I didn't know it was going to be this kind of commitment. I didn't know it was going to be this sort of thing. When you said the idea was to shoot a movie, I thought you meant, just pick up a camera and hang out in the alleyway behind the building. I didn't know you meant shoot a movie.
Yeah.
And again, that's the thing I think a lot of creatives fall into, but that's consistently aside from figuring out how to make this stuff a job, is who can I align myself with? Who is it that now, you and I have worked together for so long that now it's you and I looking for the other people that we can build our team with and find that quote unquote tribe for, and figure out how we can build our bigger ideas. Because it's not just like, all right, well, I've got Josh, or well, I've got Ross. Okay, well, who else do we have? Who else is going to be all in on making these things happen?
I think both you and I get very disappointed when we're just solving our own problems. I think sometimes you and I just wish we had that third or fourth person that could come in and maybe just see the problems differently than our lens at times, make us feel a little bit better and not have to solve all of our own problems. It'd just be nice to throw some of this off on someone else, or then be like, yo, that problem's not a big deal because listen to all my problems.
Right.
Not to make this in that big circle, but your tribe is important. Who you surround yourself with is important, and those things have evolved for us, and that's natural for everyone to kind of go through the friends group and whatnot.
Right.
So fast forward a little bit, Unsigned Ohio morphs into a multitude of things. We eventually realize our personal brands are stronger than this thing that we're clinging on to. I feel like we're just honestly too niche down and too ahead of our time with the marketing agency for music at that time. I feel like it would honestly do pretty well now, but things have changed so much.
Yeah.
Off of that, we learned how to build a business together. I'm obviously doing JCP, and you're helping with that, and you're really the heart and soul of the vision of that company, and you evolve into different roles. But you start to also take on other things. So, at that point in time, we're doing the music videos, and you really want to be involved in the story. And not that we have to harp on this. I'd really like to see you sum up into some of the things that you've done, because one of the things is you've built a lot of business and a lot of brands, and you're really good at that. One of that is ideas, but two, you're good at making those ideas full and with intention. And for a long time, I want to talk about a fallacy here. He wanted to be an artist manager.
Yeah. Yeah.
What does that look like? Why do you want to go there, and what is the end of that story? What is the lesson you learn here?
Yeah. So I noticed through all that sort of stuff that my focus is always more on the marketing, the branding, the actual just management side of things. How do we give these things purpose? How do we make it last? How do we get everything we can out of it? How do we just make it make sense?
Yeah.
So I kind of take that dive into.
We've worked with a shitload of local musicians.
Yeah, and so while we're working with all these local musicians, I think this is a curse, but also a blessing, of course, is that I unfortunately see the potential in a lot of things. I can always see what it could possibly be. Oh, if you just did this or you did that. I can't always see that for my things, but I'm good at seeing that for other people's things. So I get that itch of man, I really like the management side. I really like everything that goes into that. I've been naturally learning a bunch of this stuff, and via designing for these bands or music videos or promos or whatever, I always end up having a hand in how the bands put these things out, how they navigate their releases, all this sort of stuff. So seeing the potential in all these bands, it kind of naturally puts me into this I'm kind of helping manage these bands. So for a while, that was the goal. I was I love this. This is so much fun.
What does that look like for you? What does managing bands look like? Because I think you do it very differently through the artistic lens.
Right. Well, but I guess that's probably just the answer right there is it's more creative driven, but with a purpose on the business side.
This starts to really play a role in where I position you in the company.
Right. And it is because I'm always focusing on the larger vision at hand. I understand what goes into branding or marketing a band. And so, there's tons of people who manage bands who just want to be listed on a Facebook, and they're oh, I know 2 promoters in the next town over. So oh yeah, I could totally get you shows or whatever. My focus was never we're going to get you shows, brother. We're going to get you signed, brother, blah, 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 whatever. It was how do we tell the story of your band? How do we build your band, put a vision behind it, and make it connect with people, make it have an actual reason to exist? Again, I'm lucky because I came from the side of things before that where I was designing and the visual aids, and I understood video and photo and what was good and bad. And so I could actually create the things that I'm telling these bands that they needed to do. But it was never just because, oh, you need to do this. It was always, and here's what this can lead into. Here's what story this can tell. You can promote this song this way because then it'll mean something else when you get to this song, like scattering Easter eggs and telling all these stories and doing all this sort of stuff where, in a way, that was almost my version of the bands were almost the pro wrestlers and I was getting to write the storylines now.
Yeah.
Right, where I was getting to like, all right, your character for the band, Fever War is a great example, right?
This is who I want you to talk about.
Yeah, so it's this, it's like, all right, you're grungy and you're dirty and you're this and you're that. That means these sort of visuals would aid with you, and this sort of captioning would fit well with your story and blah blah blah.
I mean, when we started working with them, they weren't Fever War.
No, I named the band. I named them Fever War. I came up with the name and saw how it could be branded and all that sort of stuff. That definitely became like the pet project.
And it was an eye-opening project too, because it started with us shooting. You'd known them for a long time.
Yeah,
but started with a music video, and we had a whole different vision for it. And it was the first band that we went in that we were like, the story doesn't matter with this. Like,
yeah, we saw their performance and we were like,
story.
Oh, this is a dope performance. And then that turns into like the first song they released as Fever War and all that sort of stuff. So it's like getting to tap into that. Like it was more about like what's, to use wrestling terms, what is your gimmick?
Yeah.
And then what story do we build around that gimmick? So what is your theme, and then what are we doing to make that theme? So, yeah, the focus was like, wow, I have so much fun doing this with all these bands. I'm going to grind it out, and I want to become an artist manager. Pretty quickly what I realized, like half of it is I'm sure I just simply wasn't trying to connect with enough people, and I was trying to let the work speak for itself.
Yeah.
But when you're working with local bands who you, as much as you try to do everything for, you can't do everything for, at some point it comes down to them.
Yeah.
I can make all the cool looking things. I can literally write all their captions. I can literally run their social media. But at some point, unfortunately, what that does is baby people enough. And I'm not just saying Fever War. I'm saying a lot of people that I've worked with.
No, yeah.
I think did too much to where they became babied to where they didn't even want to try.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted to try for their things. And so again, it's like, I can only do so much for your band. The other part of that, why I mentioned I don't know if I connected with enough people, is because I quickly realized I didn't like playing into the politics of the music industry.
Mm-hmm.
I never cared to suck up to people. I never cared to message someone and be like, hey bro, put me on, blah, blah, blah. You really should check out my band, the next big thing, blah, blah, blah. Maybe that's what you need to do. I didn't like doing that. I didn't like being that sort of promoter. I didn't like to do that. I wanted to just create cool things. So when people saw them, they understood it, they felt it, they were like, wow, how are so many questions that I got asked out of all the bands that I ever worked with was always, how are these guys not signed?
Yeah.
My answer is, well, I think because I don't kiss the right asses.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be completely honest with that answer. And that's what drove me down to just not caring. Like literally my passion for the music industry, and I hope I'm not spoiling anyone's things, because I still work with bands, I still do content campaigns, we still do music videos. The creative side I still get to do, and I still have fun with that. The business side completely drained me of everything, because I found out that it just didn't matter.
Yeah.
It didn't matter. It didn't matter how well you thought you were doing or what purpose you put into a song's release campaign. If the right person who manages other cool bands didn't think your band was cool, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. That's one layer of sabotage. The other layer that I've witnessed and heard you complain about the most, that we both felt at certain times, is like when one of the members of the band doesn't care, and then suddenly a project, just you can't write the music for someone, or you can't get them on tour. Yeah. And I've seen you just like literally deal with that in such a harsh way. And I know why it's gotten under your skin a lot too, because, a lot of it is like, you're like, really, that's your excuse? And it's like, in right. Those times you were dealing with some really heavy stuff too. You had your own challenges as well during all these times.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was like, what part of?
I'm thinking, gas tank days.
Columbus, yeah. Asking our friend Drew to give me money to put in my gas tank to drive to a job that I got.
Yeah.
Because that was, I guess we skipped over.
I'm jumping over a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
What I want to get into is like the artist management side of things. Like, sure, you were really passionate about it. You were really putting a lot of your storytelling into it, only for it to not even matter. Because at the end of the day, you as much as you would do for people, their motivation would ultimately undo all of the work that you would put in,
Yes.
which would discourage you a lot, which basically has you not wanting to do any of that work anymore.
Right.
In the bigger defeating part of that I saw, that I was like, man, like, he's doing all this work for you, sometimes not even getting paid, and this motherfucker can't even make it to his job because he's literally living in poverty.
Oh yeah, well below the poverty line at that point in time. When the first time I did my freelance taxes, I got asked via the is it CPA? Is that what it is?
Yeah, CPA.
I got asked pretty much, how are you alive? Because of the lack of money that I
Luckily,
made.
He's such a nice dude, though.
He's a very nice dude.
He doesn't make you feel like shit.
No. He's genuinely,
so nice.
He's a genuine person and was honestly concerned and didn't even make me pay him because of how poor I was. But yeah, I mean, that's happening, you know, so I'm doing the classic, like, starving artist thing and trying to help these other artists. 100% starving artists. I'm putting all of my time and energy into doing things for other people. And the unfortunate part is, no matter how great of friends we are, how great of artists they could be, and I'm talking any band, most of the time, the answer, unfortunately, is you just don't want it bad enough.
Yeah.
You don't. They don't. Like, they just didn't. So I was like, it's probably time for me to abandon ship because I'm not sucking up to the right people. I'm not politicking. And I also, like, it's literally to the point where with some of these bands, I wish I could write the music and play the shows.
Yeah.
Because that's barely happening. And to the point where, like, and this is, like, deep into, like, being a manager, sure, but, like, it's, like, so many times where, like, bands are, like, bringing me songs, and I'm, like, helping them write the songs, technically, because they're like, hey, what do you think of this? And I'm like, well, if you're going to be marketed like this is probably, we should change the vocals to this, and you should change this part to that. And, like, I will pat myself on the back there and say that, like, I was looking at all that from a marketing standpoint.
Yeah.
It wasn't just my buds are in a band and I want to be cool and work with them. It was, I understand what this could be.
Yeah, you really understood how all the pieces of the puzzle work together.
Yes, I will genuinely say 100% I did.
But you were never rewarded for that. That's where I have the biggest beef with this. And I don't mean to, like, call out the bands, but it's like it frustrated me to see someone so talented that had a unique skill and for that to be used without being credited. That's disappointing.
Yeah, and I understand. And, like, that's the, you know, the other hard part is, like you said, like the starving artist thing. It's like I'm also simultaneously doing the starving artist thing. I'm sitting and not having a bunch of money at this point in time, trying to figure out if I can be a freelancer, if I can, you know, be paid by these bands that I'm working with, or how much money you and I are making from projects that are, again, most of the time at that point in time dealing with bands anyway. And it's just like doing all this work, hoping for that, like, big break in the music industry where it's like, yo, your band just got noticed. You're the manager. All right. It's still going to be hard work. You're still probably going to be annoyed, but now it's with more purpose.
Yeah.
Now you've got noticed. You've been noticed. You've got this new level that you can play into. And that just never happened. So yeah, it completely drained me because, again, I was just getting nothing in return, not monetarily, not like, you know, the energy of just I'm creatively getting to make cool things didn't matter that much when I genuinely was counting change out of my couch cushions so I could go buy a pop at the gas station.
Yep.
So yeah.
And, you know, while you could look at it as a failure to a certain degree, I think what you learned out of it was exactly what parts of that stuff you wanted to be doing.
Yeah,
which was what transitioned you into the stuff that you do with Bloom today.
Yeah, which is now I can sit here and with the Bloom division stuff, it's like I understand my value is best and my energy is best put into I'm creating content campaigns for bands. It's like, great. I'm going to do all the visual stuff and I get to design and have fun and maybe I can give you some little bit of guidance on how to use it via social media and stuff. But it's like, you know, even that, it's like there's so many times I'll give a content campaign to somebody and I'm so thankful that the transaction doesn't go anywhere past that. Because then I see the way that they do or do not even use the content that I gave them and I'm like, I literally just gave you a huge folder worth of a bunch of content and you're not doing shit with it.
Yeah.
Thank God I'm not communicating with you every day.
Something for the listeners to understand. You've learned how to protect yourself. And I think that's the most important lesson here is I think it's really easy for us to get caught up in like, oh, this is what I wanted. It didn't come true. I'm a failure. And then it just detracts everything away. But you're like, what if 20% of that is actually the sweet spot? It's like, all right. I like this. I'm going to stick to this because I'm really good at this, and this other 80% of this bullshit is just draining all my energy. I love it, but no one's valuing it yet, and I don't want to really educate them to value it, and I don't want to kiss the right asses to get value that way. So it's like, well, I'm getting value here. I'll give my value here. This is where I will protect myself.
Yeah.
And I think you've gotten really good about like drawing the line of like, all right, I don't want to get too invested here. You throttle me back a lot of the times too when I get overly zealous about like, whoa, this project is exciting, because that's what you do with music videos. It's short-term bursts of like, okay, I'm getting to be a part of the story, but it's ultimately up to you to help tell that story. I'm not going to write your copy anymore. I'm not going to literally run your Facebook and close the chapter perfectly for you. You know, really cool band with all sorts of reflections and amazing creative content. There are a lot of projects that have let us down severely because it's like, man, we might as well have been team members of this. And you guys just burn it into the ground and 5 years of our energy's gone.
Right. So yeah, that led to not wanting to do the artist management thing. And not that I was ever expecting to make a ton of money and blow up and manage the next Justin Bieber. That was never the point. But it was like, I feel like for me, the value that I was looking for in that was just never there. And simultaneously, and I'm assuming that you want to talk more about this, so I will throw the floor to you. But simultaneously, while this is going on, I'm just trying to navigate how to even be a freelancer or anything in general.
Yep. That is kind of where I want, like, at what point in the timeline are we here? At what age are you? How long? You've been freelance your whole, since you've been 20, right? Right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, you worked since the factory job.
Since I was 10.
I'm a bad interviewer here, and I just skipped over the logistics of this. But, you were 19, you worked the factory job, and you're 20, and you're just freelance, right? At this point, you're running your own business.
No.
You got a business loan, lots of investment of money.
Small
Both
loan.
you and I are doing that, right, too? Like, neither one of us had day jobs.
No, yeah. Of course, to fill in the gaps really quick for anybody, I leave that factory. I try another factory. I hated that even worse. I start working at Lowe's. That's when you and I get a lot more time together because you also worked at Lowe's. You got me the job there, and we kind of balance like, all right, here's how we work our day jobs, but also work towards our passions and all that sort of stuff on the side.
It just sucked, man. Stole them away from everyone.
Which is fine. Great. I'll stock doors and talk about a music video. So, yeah, I mean, I don't even remember. It's funny because the timeline, like, I think I know it, but I also feel like it's hazy because I moved to Columbus sometime during this time.
Yep.
And at that point in time, my rent was like low 400 something. And I was like, oh my God, how can I pay this? And I'm like, oh my God, I wish I could pay that now.
Yeah. We're still doing a lot of projects for free.
Yeah, we're still in like
we had the whiteboard with paid versus free, not even dollars.
Yeah, we would just be like paid and whatever that is versus free, and the free column was always larger. So anyway, I moved to Columbus, and I transitioned to like a Lowe's up there. I think it worked at H&M. I doubled over for a little bit because I was just like, I have to pay.
You really started networking like crazy.
Well, yeah, because that was half the reason I wanted to move to Columbus anyway, was like, at that point in time, I was driving up here a couple times a month to hang out with all the friends that I had made up here. So then it was like, oh, I get this opportunity again. Coming back into the story is Maddie McClellan, who I met forever ago, says, hey, we're all going to get a house, or a handful of people are getting a house in Columbus. Would you want to live in this house? So again, had I not joined a band, played shows, met him and his band, I don't know when I would have moved to Columbus or what that would have looked like.
Yeah.
Anyway, I move up here. I have the high dollar rent price of $450 or whatever it was. So yeah, I double up. I just do kind of it's just, I kick it into like starving artist mode, right? I'm like really living on my own now in a different city, like the actual city. I work at H&M and Lowe's for a while, and then I get an opportunity to work for a social media agency, which at that point in time I was like, holy shit, this is like my thing. This is everything I do. This is great. To make a long story short with that, it was worthless other than the sense that I learned what social media agencies actually do. And spoilers, folks, a lot of them rip people off. Surprise. Wow, that's crazy. They just take your money and give you shit in return. I'm not saying everyone does it, but this one did. So
it's important to understand the difference between consulting, brand voice, and actually making posts and who should be doing that.
Yes. And
as a client, do your research.
Yeah, and not just copy and pasting literal just images from Google into multiple clients' calendars, which at that point in time, that's what they did. I don't know if they do that now. But anyway, being there was like, I could already tell, even in that job, again, I'm not trying to make myself sound like a genius, but I remember on like day one pitching to the owner, I was like, couldn't you be like providing more content for these people? And he's like, well, how? And I was like, well, I mean, like I have like a video and photo team that if you wanted to upsell and upcharge these clients, you could start offering like monthly or bi-monthly or whatever photo and video sessions where we go and we take headshots or we take lifestyle photos around their business or whatever it is. So then you guys as the social media company now have like catered content that is strictly authentic to them and all this sort of stuff. And I remember like...
And their story.
Yes, and their story and what they do and if some big thing happens or whatever. And I remember them being like, oh, we never thought of that before. And I'm like, no shit. So anyway...
Blessing and a curse.
Yeah, so I realized how all that stuff works. I literally am at that job for like 2 weeks. Funny thing is, that 2 weeks gave me my biggest paycheck I had ever had in my life up to that point. So a lot of money coming from that. But the funny thing is also that was in Zanesville.
Yeah.
So I moved to Columbus, got this agency job that I then still had to drive like an hour and a half to get to every day anyway. So I ended up getting let go from that job because I for sure just did not mesh with the people there.
Yeah.
There's a funny story that comes out of that I got revealed to me years later, but I don't know if it's good to make public on a podcast as to why I got let go.
I'm not going to pry. I know it.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. If you want to hear it and you've listened this far into the podcast and you want to hear that story, DM me and I'll tell you the details. It's a funny story. Anyway, I get let go from that job. I'm not seeing eye to eye with those people. So then like this is where it gets even more hazy. I can't remember if I went back to Lowe's up here in Columbus.
You did.
Did I for a little bit and then
you did for a little bit and then you went off to freelance. I actually know this part of the story.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because that's what
Lowe's is a solid company that takes a lot of people back. Like they're pretty forgiving with their
yeah, they really are. I mean, if I ever have to, knock on wood, I don't want to, but if I ever have to like get a quote unquote day job, whatever again, I would consider a Lowe's. Like it's
every
really
time I
simple.
go into mine,
like,
they offer me a job still.
Yeah,
they're like, please come back.
Please come back, Josh. This place literally can't run without you. So anyway, yeah, then I realized it's probably time to, why don't I just try this freelance thing? And I think like the first eye opener to me, and like we weren't making a lot of money at that point in time, but one of the first projects that I feel like my pay from those projects equaled 2 weeks of at 2 jobs, I was like, okay, well, why don't I just like tap into that more? Why don't I just try that more? To make a long story short, I tried that and it turned out to be really fucking hard. So I don't know where you want me to take it from there.
I just remember being bummed because I still had a day job, but I so badly just wanted you to be freelance because it meant that you were just available to whatever schedule I wanted to put out. So I could schedule all my time, and you going back to the day job meant that I needed to take back on more responsibilities. Selfishly, I was like, no, grind it out, bro. But here I am, like, with the safety net of my day job. And I'm, like, literally, at that point, too, like, I'm, like, funding everything from the day job. Like, we're not making money off these projects. No. I'm just like,
any cost, you're like, I got a paycheck.
Money. I'm like, here, we'll just pay it out of there.
Yeah, it can come from my day job paycheck that I need to pay my rent with. Sure. Let's make this music video. Artists deserve more. But yeah, from there it does. I mean, the freelance story becomes the normal starving artist story. It becomes the, I'm living on my own and rent is never really that high at that point in time, but I'm broke. I have no money. I never have any money. I would luckily, my grandmas from each side of the family, which this is a part of the story I feel like I always skip over.
Yeah.
Families come together at some point. I mentioned earlier, stepmom leaves when I'm like 12 or 13. And literally the change in family life that happened after that was night and day. The moment she was gone, like everyone was cool with each other. Everyone was cool. Everyone realized they didn't have this like dictator watching over them, because she would be like, hey, grandma on dad's side, don't ever speak to grandma on mom's side or I'm going to be fucking pissed at you.
Wow.
So it was like wild. So she got out of the picture. I actually remember this is a wild thing that I don't think I've thought about since then. I remember and I'm trailing. We're talking about freelance and starving artists, but I feel like this maybe helps lay the groundwork of maybe going into more of like the personal side of what this journey was like. But I remember that point in time when she left and was out of the picture. Again, I was like 11, 12, whatever. And I remember my mom and I going over to my dad's, who lived at my grandparents' at that time, to talk to him about, because I think it was like a parental thing, like, hey, we need to talk about divorce. Like, we need to, let him know that you guys are split up and, it's probably not getting back together. That was the very first time that I ever saw my mom and dad hug.
Wow.
I was like 12 years old. And I remember just being like, whoa, this is what it's like when that, for lack of a better term, evil force isn't around. Not that they were like the best of friends and they weren't getting back together. I had a stepdad by this point in time. But to see them hug and literally just be human to one another. And then all of a sudden my grandparents are all getting along and the family. I was allowed to take toys from one house to the other.
To you that this person was toxic.
Yes.
This was the divide.
Yes. And I'm like, wow, like everything has changed. I spent more time with my dad. I remember at that point in time, like, we would go and we would like cut wood together. And that was like, because he had like a wood burner at the house. We would cut wood together. I loved it. Loved it. Because we were just hanging out. And then we would hang out and we would have dinner together. We'd watch a movie together. We would chill. We would, whatever, play video games. We would hang out with my little sister. It was just like us. Or my grandparents would come down for dinner so often. Like, it literally was a night and day difference. So I guess that was a big part of the story that I forgot to lay into, to then the reason I brought that up. And if you want anything else out of that, tell me.
No, that's great.
But I say that because I was going to say, fast forward to where I'm starving artist living in Columbus, my grandmas from both sides, luckily, would come up and visit me once a month and buy me groceries. And like, so they would always take care of my grocery shopping. And they bailed me out of so many rent situations over the, like, so many, where like, if it were anybody else, like, I don't know how many people would have been like, yeah, we'll keep giving you money. But they actually, my grandparents funded me moving to Columbus because I think that they believed and understood why I wanted to do that and knew that it would be a good move for me to come up here.
Well, and you would always tell me, like, you go get lunch with them or whatever, too. So, like, there's always a lot of conversations there, too. So it wasn't just like they'd come up and they'd go grocery shopping. Like,
no, yeah, we would, I guess I forgot to mention that, but yes, like we would get lunch. That was how we would catch up. That was how they would, really like find out what I was doing. That's how I could fill them in. So we'd always make a day out of it once a month where there would just be this big hangout with grandma's session, basically, of getting groceries, sitting down, getting a nice lunch. They would come and see like whatever new place that I moved into, because at that point in time I was moving like once a year. But there were so many times where like I had to swallow my pride basically and call one of my grandmas or who and be like, hey, I can't pay rent this month. Do you think you could help me out? And luckily they were always willing, but it was always such an embarrassing thing to do, to sit and call them and be like, hey, this is month number 3 and I can't pay rent. Could you help me? I can cover this amount of it. Can you cover this amount of it?
So
all because I want to be creative.
Luckily, bank accounts never went negative, though, right? So I'm just thinking of a story.
Specific story. Yeah. So
2016, we make JCP legit.
LLC.
I'm like, yo, I'm out of Lowe's. I'm going to do this for real.
Yeah.
Our first month does not go smooth.
No.
The first couple projects we got are out-of-state people. Checks don't clear right away.
Yeah.
And I'm buying a house. This is actually right before this.
Okay.
So I'm trying to keep things like legal, and because like my business is like, they're like, oh, this is confusing. Like, you work a day job and you have this. You need to not accept any money, or like federal government or something. Like my loan
Yeah.
officer was like, don't take any money for any of your work.
Yeah. So we got a payment
Yeah.
from a client.
Yep. And I was like, all right, man, I'm going to have you cash this check and I need to be paid in cash. And how does this go? You just cash it. And
I just cash it. It puts my bank account to $1 billion rather than $1 million. Everything's great. Nope. So I'm out for lunch and grocery shopping day with my grandma's. And I've got this check that I know I need to put into my bank account. And Josh was like, yeah, just cash that. It'll be dope. Can't wait for you to give me my cash. You get your cash. It's great. Everything will work. We have money. So I then realize, well, if I put this in my bank account is currently negative hundreds of dollars. Like at least like 6 or 7, maybe 8. Because starving artist. And because banks are set up to where when you don't have any money, they charge you for not having any money. It's a whole other podcast topic.
Yeah.
But I have literal negative hundreds of dollars. And I'm like, dude, if I put this in my bank, all the money is just going to go to making my account not negative. And what I'm going to end up with out of this, was it like $1,200 or something?
$1,200.
$1,200. Out of this $1,200, we're going to end up with like $200. That is what's going to end up being in my bank account. So of course, then I have to have this like awful, like uncomfortable conversation with you. And of course you're you. So you're like, just do it, man. Do whatever you got to do. Like get your bank account set and we'll figure something else out.
I'll just say thank God for Preserve. Like this was definitely a Preserve client that bailed us out. And I was like,
right.
Thank God for this.
So
company.
yeah, I cashed that check and then had like, $130, $200 in my bank account. So I was riding high, even though we didn't get anything else from that payment. Yeah. So yeah, negative money in the bank account. Grandmas are paying rent. And...
Does this contribute any stress to your life?
Oh yeah, none at all. No. I mean, clearly, I mean, it's insanely stressful because it's. I know we keep using the term, but I'm just going to also say that like the starving artist idea and mentality, I think it's overplayed and I think it's stupid. I think you should understand sometimes you got to grind it out. But you don't have to be a starving. You don't have to starve.
Yeah.
Literally, you don't have to starve. It's so stupid. That term, I think it kind of means one thing, but it's been catered to mean something else. I think it's completely wrong. But at that point in time, I was like, grind. Starving artist is what I'm doing.
What do you think contributed to that? What do you to being like to not being able to be successful? Looking at yourself now versus then, what do you think you were doing that was contributing to that? Was it lack of talent? Were you just not talented yet? Or what was it?
I literally I don't know if you have a specific answer that you're looking for here.
I don't.
For me, I think it was, these are words that we now use so much. Anybody who's listened to this podcast or 50-Minute Friday has heard this word 1,000 times. I don't think I had like the clarity on really what I was doing. I think I was more so just like shooting into the dark and not so much. I mean, I had direction, but it wasn't really focused. I wasn't like when I thought I was working hard. Yes, I'll give myself credit. Yes, I was working hard, but I don't think I was working as hard as I needed to work. I don't think I was really, doing the whole like knock on 100 doors to try and get answers. I wasn't, I was just sort of like, I hope this thing works. I'm going really hard on this thing and then maybe I can try this thing if this thing succeeds, whatever it is. So I think for me at that point in time, it was lack of clarity and it was also lack of confidence. I don't think I was confident in what I was doing.
Yeah.
I knew we were good. I knew I was good at the things that I was doing, whatever. But it was just sort of like, I'm just like the dude who's grinding it out and I'm trying hard and I'm being creative. And at some point it has to work as long as I can get one band this week to pay me $300. And then by the end of the month, if I can get another band to pay me $150, I can pay my rent.
Yeah.
So that was really where it was like, it was just so focused on the short term of like, I just need to get to tomorrow. I just need to get to the next day. The whole gas thing of asking our friend Drew, which thankfully he's a rad dude who like literally gave me money to put in my gas tank because I got a job for a little bit. Mm-hmm. And my first day on the job, I don't have any gas and I have no money to put in my gas tank. So luckily our friend Drew comes over and, gives me $25 or whatever to literally just to get to work, which was now I was working this real job and doing all that. But, so all of this, like, it was insanely stressful, but I didn't know how to handle the stress. I didn't know, like, what I was doing. I wasn't confident about anything that I was doing at that point in time. That's also the time frame of, like...
I think you were very passionate, but you didn't know what your strength was at that point in
no,
time.
I mean, I wasn't feeding into anything. I surely wasn't walking around like, I'm a director, or I'm a this, or I'm a that. It was just like, I'm a creative person who does a bunch of creative things. And, that also, like, lends itself into, like, relationships and stuff like that, because that's, another whole time frame of... you have come to know me as a very overly emotional person.
Yeah.
I can sit and I'm stern, and I'm the one that wants to cut through the bullshit and blah, blah, blah. But I'm also way too empathetic towards anything. I donated Christmas money, extra change that I had from a Walmart one time, to the person outside whose job it is to ring the bell. I donated my extra change to them one time and walked away crying. Because I was like... oh my God, like, I just had a moment with them, and I hope that money goes to something good. And they weren't begging for the money. It was their job to do it. But I gave them money, and it made me cry. I get overly emotional about things. So during this whole time frame, any little thing that doesn't work or that goes wrong, I don't know how to control or how to answer. So it's just continuing me into this downward spiral of... even the relationship I was in at the time, and even technically another big one that I know you can remember well before that, I didn't know how to handle those things. So what I mean by that is I wasn't being present for that person. I wasn't actually, like, confident in anything that I was doing. I wasn't, like, and even in friendships and anything, all of this dwindled down into just kind of, like, aimlessly, like, having these things in my life, but not actually knowing how to not control, but, like, how to
make
just
the most of them.
Yes, make the most of any of them, because it was always just like, oh, I can't take my girlfriend out on a date because, like, she doesn't know that I have negative $90 in my bank account. But then you want to be, like, great supportive boyfriend of, like, oh yeah, we can go out to eat. And then, like, you buy food, and then you hope that your card goes, and then you know that it'll still charge, but it'll add extra $35 to your bank account, and it takes you even lower, but at least it's still charged. Thank goodness it just still charged. It put me more negative, but at least it cleared. And so it's like that whole time period, it was just a lack of, like, confidence in who I was.
Yeah.
And clarity in what I actually wanted. I would just let things happen to me, rather than the cliche happening to things.
Yeah. So you fail at freelancing for the first time. You've explained how that makes you feel. Why do you come back to it? Are you motivated to come back to it right away? Where's your headspace at on, like, what you want to do now? Like, what really happens with Ross here?
And is that when I get that other job? Is that, like, that time frame? Like, so, like, I fail, and then I go and I work at BarkBox.
Yeah, you worked there for a little bit.
Yeah, I worked there, and it's just like...
You wouldn't even go to work sometimes. You'd work from home because it was so draining for you.
Yeah, and it's not that was a bad place. It's honestly a pretty great work environment. I think I've told you that I wish and I'm just going to use these terms, I don't mean anything negative by it, I wish I was normal so I could love that job. I mean, it's this hip open floor plan of a studio, and everyone brings their dogs, and you can hang out with a dog and work with a dog in your lap. Yeah. That's great. That's awesome. But unfortunately, I'm me, so it's draining me in the sense of not that it's like a terrible job.
You've tasted something different, though.
And it's not what I'm wanting to do. I don't do customer service in that way.
I was going to say,
In that way. I'm not going to answer somebody's email and be like, hey, I know you want to cancel, but what if we took $10 off your subscription? Do you want to come back? Yeah. Bark, bark. I have to talk like a dog. Like, that's not me. That's not who I am. I can't do that. And so it was just like a completely just draining thing. And
well, there's no storytelling. There's no intention there either. And I think that is important to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just like, oh, I want to do what I want to do. It's like, I need something out of it. A paycheck for me isn't something out of it. Do I want that paycheck? Of course I do.
Yeah.
But that's not the thing that I want out of it. We've said no to clients who could pay us for something, but if the project doesn't fulfill us in the way that a project should fulfill us, we're just not going to do it. That's just it. I don't want to do it. I have refunded clients after I realized we didn't actually align. When they immediately cleared payment and were like, we're going to hire you to do this, I have literally sent them their money back and been like, I could totally use this right now, but here's your money back. I can tell we don't align and this project is going to go downhill. I'm sorry. You need to find somebody else.
Yeah. So it's not just being able to be your own boss.
No, and that is, I mean, it's a huge part of it. It's great to make your own schedule, but like there has to be something I get out of it. And emailing people to have them keep a subscription for something, it's not worth getting to pet a dog. I'll hit up a friend, have them come to my apartment and bring their dog. I'll pet their dog. I don't need to work at a place and be like, that's the saving grace. Luckily, I made some cool friends there. One of them we have been working with on a cool new project since then. And luckily, I had a manager there who, whether she meant to be as helpful as she was or she was just kind of like playing the role of a nice manager, her name was Lo. She really helped me through that job because she was somebody who could identify when I wasn't having a good day and my performance was off or whatever. She would talk to me about it. And it wasn't, hey, you're doing a bad job at your job. It would be like, hey, you got to tighten up these things with the job. But what's going on? Why are you like this? And not in a bad way, but you get what I mean.
Yeah.
And at that, yes, she cared. And at that point in time, I was also in the midst of a breakup. And so I remember literally the day after that girlfriend of mine and I split, I had to go to work. And I mean, you don't want to do anything after you go through a breakup or anything like that. So I literally was like, I don't want to be here at all. She could see that. She pulled me in. She was like, what's going on? And I was open with her. I was like, my girlfriend and I just broke up. I know that's a silly thing, but I literally feel terrible and I just don't want to be here. So she was like, you can go home. So she let me go home. And then like a couple days later, she's like, we have a call, right? Where she was kind of tiptoeing around, hey, we think we should let you go. But the cool thing that she did is that she let me say it and get it off my chest first. Because I think she could tell that I didn't want to be there either. So it was almost kind of like that freeing moment of like, we're both just not saying this thing that needs to happen. And I think, again, she could have just been playing the part of a good manager, but whatever. I found it super helpful and genuinely thanked her because I wanted to quit but didn't know how to quit and was so unsure of quitting. She knew that I didn't need to be there and that I wasn't fit for that job for multiple reasons. But at the end of the conversation, she got it out of me. She pulled it out of me being like, I don't belong there. And then she said, I know you don't. And so do you think we should just part ways? It doesn't have to be anything hard feelings. She literally was like, you don't have to come back in. We'll mark it down that you put in your 2 weeks so it doesn't look like you actually got fired from this job. Like, she understood what it meant for at least me individually. I'm not saying she was trying to save my life.
Yeah.
But just communicating with me as a person. She understood, what does this person really need? And you know what? He talks an awful lot about all this business stuff that he's doing. He makes it clear that he's a freelancer on the side. He makes it clear that he's doing all this creative stuff. And he talks about that so much with me and everybody else in here. You're not supposed to be here. I remember one of the last things she said on the phone was she told me a story. She explained to me that she, I think, either went to culinary school for food, right, to be a chef. I think she went and she didn't do anything with her degree. And she explained to me how bad she regretted not chasing her actual passion. And that was towards the end of our conversation. So I could tell she was trying to motivate me and be like, yeah, it's okay to just try the thing. I hope you do try the thing, and I hope you don't just get fired from this job and then just end up jobless forever. But here's I'm setting you free.
Yeah.
And it was almost this added motivation of do the thing that so many of us don't do. That's what I really got from that.
Yeah.
So I cannot thank her enough for, I'm not saying that was like, again, the deciding factor or a life-changing moment, but it was a genuinely motivating moment where had it been anybody else, she could have been like, hey, you're doing a bad job and we need you to do better. And sorry, bud, but we got to let you go. Sorry, man, you're fired.
Well, it's odd too, because I feel like so often now people don't focus enough on results in a job and they're focused on the hours or whatnot like that. But this really, like, that's really like a very human thing to look at that and just like connect with you on the personal level, to care about you as a human completely outside of the job.
Right.
Like that's good leadership.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
and
not to say that you were great at the job, but to
Right.
more so say like, hey, I just noticed that you don't fit here. And to a certain degree, you being here is probably bad for the culture, honestly.
Well, yeah, and I remember telling her that. I said that exact thing. I was like, look, me being here, it doesn't help the company because I'm not going to passionately put dog puns into my customer service emails. I just can't. I don't want to.
She very gracefully removed
Yes.
something that was toxic to the culture.
And we mutually understood that. I knew that it wasn't good for me and I didn't fit in. She knew that I wasn't good for the company and didn't fit in. So it was, cool. You can now leave.
So
yeah.
Now where are we at? Well, you don't got the job.
No.
Are you back to freelance now? I'm actually unclear of this, if I'm being totally honest.
I am going to be completely honest. This feels super gray to me. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure it was just like, well, I have to do this freelance thing.
Yeah.
Because I didn't go work anywhere else. I didn't go do anything else. So it was just like, okay, I need to dive into
this was
freelance.
around the time. This was around the time that we were doing Udio Space and Heavy Things for the first time.
This goes into
and I was really pushing you into quitting because I wanted you there on the projects again a lot more, and there were a lot that you had to bail on.
Yeah.
Because you were at the job. And I remember just being like, I need to get you back on set. Because we had an okay team, but a lot of them were just kind of like, they were doing good, but I was like, I was missing that second person that was really getting things done. And I felt like we were losing opportunities with you not being on the team. I feel like I was probably like, listen, man, like.
Yeah, dude, like, I'll totally pay you. Like, get out of that job. Let's go. Like,
and that's when I think I went, like, all in, too. I don't think I was fully all in yet.
Right. Because that realistically leads into, like, Pale Ash, like that music video for Lave and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, I mean, I do think from there it just became like, okay,
you were really a part of Preserve, too, back then.
Yeah, I was shooting weddings and all that sort of stuff.
We had like 37 that one year. So I think that was like a huge thing that you were doing.
And I think it was just kind of like it luckily balanced itself out a little bit of like, okay, cool, you're going to try this freelance thing, and as long as you're taking the opportunities as they come, like, cool, I'll design for this band, I'll do some photos for this band, because I think I was shooting on my own at this point in time, or just starting.
Just starting, too.
Because you didn't really want to do photography anymore and anything like that. So yeah, I started doing a lot more band promos, live photos, I think is what I kind of navigated into in that time period as well. So yeah, I was designing. I think that's probably where like the content campaigns sort of start popping up a little bit more. And at that point in time, I'm still chasing the, like, I want to be an artist manager as well. Like, I want to do that at some point too. And I literally think just like the next like year and a half is just kind of grind mode, where it's just, hey, you're putting all that you can into hoping you can pay your bills, and it's the story I've already told, because again we're going in and out of the timeline here. It's
this was probably like 2016 to like 2017. It's probably realistically a year.
Yeah,
because we hit our stride in 2017. That was a great year for us.
Yeah, and so it's like that it sort of, just like you said, it hits that stride where it's like, okay, there's just enough happening. Like, we're doing some cool projects. We're not making bank. We're not getting paid a bunch. But it's like there's enough happening to where it's like, okay, dope. I can pay my bills. I think also, I skipped over like we worked for like Nate's company, Via, for a little bit during that time frame, where that was like that was like one of those episodes of freelancing that I could pay my bills. And I told him on his podcast, Nate Winklemas, I told him that he paid all my bills for like 6 months.
I actually totally forgot about that.
Yeah. And that was like, I was like, that was an example of like, oh my God, like, I'm freelancing. Like, this is so dope. But then whatever happens, because that was before me going to another job and being broke and never having any money. So it's like, it was very like up and down.
Yep.
Like there was and as it is, as life is in general, but like there were absolutely those ups and downs with like, okay, I have some money this month. And by that, I mean like I've got an extra like $200 in my bank account after I pay rent. I remember that was always like, for the longest time, my goal was like, I want to constantly have over $500 in my bank account. And that was like such a hard goal to meet. I can never do that. My goal was always, I need to keep this above 100. So if it was like 125, I was like, I'm set. I'm great. I got it. Like, oh my goodness. But, yeah, I mean, it's just freelancing from there. And then I suppose we get into like the story that I told at the beginning of the show with the short story long and kind of another down point.
I feel like the one hearing all those podcasts, it started to give us like not like it didn't give us the ideas. Those ideas were there, but it gave us the language for those tools to be able to actually utilize them. And then a lot of really great relatable stories that were like, all right, let's start putting this into action. And you really started like thinking very deeply about how you could kind of hack the interactivity of your content, which I think is really where you just started to unlock how to get paid, how to really take control of what you're best at.
Right. So yeah, it's listening to those podcasts, listening to like these different methods of just trying this. And that's where I learned the word mindset and what that really means. And so I'm like, I'm super down in the dumps applying for jobs again. But this time it's like, not to take a break from freelance. It's like, I'm done. Just done with freelance. There's just no point in continuing to do this. We'll do creative things on the side. I don't care, whatever. And so, yes, learn a bunch of things from those podcasts, but more importantly, want to put action behind them of, okay, I need to do something about this. And that becomes kind of the method of, I hit people up that I could offer free photo sessions to, because I knew when they were posting my photos and giving me credit, I knew that would reach people in their network who would then hopefully hire me for photography. Luckily that worked. It did not make me rich, but it worked.
Yeah.
I shot for like 6 different people for free. And then when they were posting them, everybody kind of brought somebody. So then they brought a paying client. So it was like, okay, dope. Laying the groundwork and really like having a strategy and a clarity to what I'm doing that works. And, so from a business standpoint,
looked at it even like from the photography, it was like, this is the easiest entry point. This cost me very little.
Yeah. It wasn't a video production. It wasn't commercial. It was just like, I'm going to go hang out with this person, talk to them. Cool. I'm catching up with them, whatever, making a new contact, networking a little bit, taking some cool photos. And then cool, when they get posted online, it looks like I'm super busy. And then the people that see those photos are like, oh my God, I need to hire you. Dope. That ends up working. It starts kind of a snowball effect of like, okay, like I'm not booked out like 6 months in advance, but I'm booked out a handful of weeks, maybe a month or two. Like, okay, dope. I've got enough shoots that pay enough money that it's like, okay, I'm a little more than getting by now. And I don't mean like I wasn't even comfortable at that point in time, but it was just like, all right, cool. You've got like $600 in your bank account now. Yeah. You broke that 500. You broke that 100. Like, dope. But I think that was also, I can't remember if I think that might have been the year where when I did my taxes, I realized I lived so far below the poverty line that genuinely, like I said, the CPA was like, what are you doing? How are you doing this? So it was like it was good because like as a person is where a lot of the growth like came from, which then did spawn into like, okay, you're at least starting the snowball effect. You're starting the domino effect of how to make this work in freelance, how to make it work in creative. And again, not an overnight thing, not an immediate like, okay, dope, you're rich. But it was gradually like okay, cool, I can actually figure this out because now I've been gifted the tools via listening to other people talk about them and lay out these guidelines and almost step-by-step process of here's what I've been through and here's how I got through it. You can too. Then I was like, okay, I'm just going to apply that to my life. I'm going to try and figure those things out. And it actually worked. And the other big like aspect of that, which we've already said, is like the mindset part where, I really learned like, again, I had always kind of had that stuff in me, but hearing it be actually identified and actually like spoken out loud and shown in like how it's actually used, how it's practically used, how the idea of positive thinking is used, I think that was like the beginning of a big turning point, even for me personally in my life, where I was like, okay, I know how to react to things now. Yeah. I know how to not let things be a bigger deal than what they were, or accept them for what they are, accept them for how shitty it is or how bad it is, but understand, I learned the magical term of like what happens to you doesn't matter, your reaction to it does, which is also great. And I don't know where else you want to go with this, and I know we're getting even further up there in time, but it's great that I learned that then, because it seems like personal life started just having this like domino effect of insanely difficult things.
Yeah.
That were like, okay, you're kind of getting the freelance thing figured out now, but now all of these personal life things are just going to hit you hard as shit. Hopefully you're equipped for it.
Yeah. Well, I think with all of those things, it allowed us to go from, we were very curious for a long time, and I feel like we still do, but back then it was just like, how are other people making it? How are people doing this? And I think those things equipped us to be like, all right, how is it actually done? And then really like looking at things and breaking them down and making things actionable for ourselves. That was like the magic of that for me and for you, and they affected our lives totally different. I had Locke. Becoming a father was a huge transition in my life. And, you have all your personal issues. And I'm not going to pry into anything. I'm going to let you open up however you want to open up, whatever you're comfortable with there.
Yeah.
But, like you go through a lot of hardship during this time period. You're getting the financial side down. And it feels like when we get one leg up, there's always something else that pulls us down. And I feel like that's been both of us. And I think so many people have that happen.
Yeah.
Everyone
100%.
has their struggles.
Everybody. Yeah. But again, you don't get to hear about everybody's things that they're going through. You just see the face value of what it is. So it's like during this time, cool, like freelance is picking up and we're creating all these things and all that sort of stuff. But, all during like this span of years, like the unfortunate thing, back at the beginning of the story, when I said that I was, born with young parents, that means you have young family, and I had grandparents and great grandparents. So also during this time, it's dealing with the loss of those people, right? The deaths of those people. And I think it's something, and rightfully so, I understand why not a lot of people talk about it, but it's always something I'm honestly so fascinated in that I wish I could get out of guests more on this show, is how things like that impact them and how they push through it. Because as much as I want to hear about like, how did you start your first business and how hard was it? I also want to learn about like, well, what happened when this family member passed away? And it went, whoa, this was a really hard part of your life. Well, why? And then, you reveal that. Because I know what it was like for me when it's like, you're putting out all this stuff and you're, we've got projects and posting cool things and so on social media. It's like, oh, Ross is so busy. Isn't that, that's so cool. Like he's doing all these things.
Or, hey, why don't you have my project done?
Or yeah, why don't you have my project done? Or why couldn't we shoot on this day or whatever it is, when it's like everyone, and it's not just me, but, everyone has things behind the curtain going on. And I think the more of those things that I experience of gradually like losing, great grandparent and then losing, both of my, my grandpas during that time. And then, that's why when I mentioned us getting lunch was just with my grandmas, they were the only ones left. And, so it's like, those are the things that, again, like nobody ever sees, that like there's times that I wish that I could just scream those things into everyone's faces. There's times that I wish I could be like, you have no idea what just happened to me yesterday. So you thinking this project is cool is dope, but it was so hard to do that because a week before I was at a funeral. Yeah. And again, it's not just me going through that. That's everyone. But I wish everyone would just be more open with those things. And that's hard. I get that. But like more open to understanding that everybody is going through something that they don't know.
Yeah. And everyone processes that differently.
And yes, and everyone processes that way differently. And it's like, for me, it's like doing all those things, just like you said, like there's one step forward and two steps back, where it's like, all right, you're starting to kind of get freelance, figured out. And mind you, this doesn't all happen right when I get freelance figured out. It's over, all these family things are happening over the years. But then, I think it was 2016, maybe 17, when I lose my stepdad. And, I didn't think I'd do this, honestly. It's funny because I always want people to I always want the guest to cry. Now I'm doing it. I'm like, oh, this is shitty. I'm like, yeah, I want them to open up to me and tell me these things. I'm here for it. Now I'm doing it. I'm like, oh, this is shitty to talk about.
No wonder.
Yeah, no wonder no one talks about that. Everyone just sticks to the I started a business and it was hard. Stepdad takes his own life, and that kind of starts this spiral of just weird reality. Of you've got the freelance stuff, you're figuring it out, you're being creative, you're on these journeys of figuring this stuff out, and it's again one of those things that I don't want to make anybody feel bad with it, but those are the times when it's hey, I can't focus on this project because my stepdad killed himself last week. And you start going, you're dealing with that, and then that unfortunately, since I might have to edit out these blank spots here. That sends, my mom into a huge, just, downward spiral. That, sort of just kind of destroys that part of the family completely. And the biggest thing that, at the point of us recording this, this is probably going to release in a couple months. I don't know what is, what could happen in the span of a couple months or whatever. But, what that leads to is, unfortunately, it, clearly changes my mom's life totally. And it leads her into being homeless. She loses their house. She loses custody of my little sisters. And, those situations are, it's a lot of the reasons that I jokingly said, man, I wish more people talked about this, even though it's super hard, is because I just know how surreal those moments were.
Yeah.
Of, just sitting through those things and experiencing those things. And again, I'm not the only person who's experienced those things. A lot of people have. Yeah. But there's a certain power or energy that comes from those things. And I don't mean oh, I'm so much better now that I lived through those. But there's just something to...
There's a new strength you gain.
Yeah, and there's something to those parts of the story. And I think it's important for people to hear those things. And that's been undoubtedly and all this, but that's been 100% the probably the single most difficult thing that since we find this mindset shift, and I'm I know how to handle problems now. I know how to handle problems.
Invincible. We felt bulletproof.
Right.
And we've both been tested.
Right.
In different ways. Everyone's been tested.
Everyone's been tested. And for me individually, it's I find these things of this clarity and this mindset, and oh my gosh, I can help so many other people with this, and I want to start a podcast to do it, and I'm having fun with Poltergeist, and we finally got the finance thing figured out enough, and then again it's okay, well, you learned those things about mindset, now you're going to put them to the test.
Yeah.
Now some of the heaviest things that you will ever have to deal with are going to happen.
Yeah.
And it's a huge thing. It feels weird for saying it on this podcast, and I don't want people to listen and just think it's just me trying to be oh my God, it's so sad, my story, blah, blah, blah. But it's I want people to hear it because there's also just that part of me that's just I want people to know, like, one, that, like, whatever you're dealing with, like, you can figure it out and you're able to push through it, and everybody has these different things. But it's also, like, from the selfish side, it's like, I wish it was, like, normal for me to just openly share all those things as they were happening, so people would kind of just leave me alone.
Yeah.
Not in the sense of not have any friends, not in the sense of not have business or anything like that.
Give you your moment.
Just like, hey, I'm kind of unclear on this project right now because I'm going through this. Like, there are so many moments in the last couple of years, which again has fed into why I want to create this platform and have other people tell their stories and share it with everybody and connect everybody, is that, like, I know what those moments were like for me, of sitting and, you know, when I would go to visit my mom over the last handful of years, or 2 years or whatever it's been, I'm not going to her house. We're not going to her house and eating dinner and whatever. I would meet her in a park. I would meet my mom in a park. And she was living in her truck. And it's like, those are the things that, it's not selfishly that I want people to see them so they can feel bad for me, but it's just like, those are the moments that it's just like, damn, like, nobody knows that this is happening right now.
Yeah.
All the client A knows is that I'm 2 days late on getting them their project. And what am I supposed to do? Email back? And yes, you could say, like, hey, there's a lot of family troubles going on, blah, blah, blah. Sure, whatever. But I'm just providing them some sort of excuse, and whether they take that or not is on them, whatever. But, like, it's like those things, and, like, and I've sat and I've cried with to a couple people of just saying, like, I just wish people knew. Like if you only knew. Which again is a point of why I want these stories to be shared so badly on this podcast or anything like it, is that I want more people to know. I want more people to realize what everyone else is going through. Because again, for selfish reasons, when I'm living through these things and I'm driving home from visiting my mom in a park and knowing that she's going to sleep in her car, and if I didn't give her $40 when I left, she wouldn't have anything. You know, when I'm driving home from that, there is a selfish part of me that's like, nobody fucking knows that I just did that. Yeah. And it's not that did that as in like, oh, I gave her money or I survived that or whatever. It's just like, nobody knows that I just had to deal with that. Just like nobody knows what anybody else ever has to deal with. And, you know, so it's like, that starts, you know, that clearly like downward spiral. So then it's like I'm repeating myself, but it's like you get the business stuff starting to be figured out and you have this clarity on like what you want to do. And then it's like, cool, well, like your grandparents are going to start passing away and your stepdad's going to pass away. Mind you, like the stepdad who, like, I spent the first half of this podcast explaining how he introduced me to one of my greatest passions ever.
Yeah. That
opened me up possibly to really storytelling and character development and how to promote something and how to, if he never showed me pro wrestling, you know, sure, there's always a chance you can figure something out in a different way, but, you know, pro wrestling for the longest time, just like drawing or creating or whatever, that was my escape. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I guess that's something I didn't explain earlier, is like pro wrestling for so long, and that's why I find so much value in it and value the other people, and I'm stoked when other people find value in it for what it is past just a fighting thing, is because you allow yourself to get lost in another world.
Yeah.
You're attached to these people and these characters and these stories. So it feels like you get to be somewhere else for a little bit of time. And that's what a lot of wrestling was for me growing up too. Yes, I loved it and I loved the characters and the stories and all that sort of stuff, but it was like, wow, I get to be in this other world. And I get to connect with these people. It's not just a sport that I want my guy to win or my team to win. It's I'm connecting to these people. You know, I have bawled my eyes out when wrestlers have passed away. Because it genuinely feels like, wow, like I shared something with that person.
Yeah.
You know? And so I think for me, that's like I think strength in a lot of this stuff, and why I think storytelling matters so much to me, or why there's so much value in having a podcast or telling stories on podcasts, because all of that stuff matters so much more than what I think people understand. And from there and the mom stuff, it just, the hits kind of just keep coming, because then at some point I lose my grandma. Yep. So it's like, a huge anchor point to this story was like, oh my gosh, I was so broke and poor, and grandmas are coming up, and we're getting lunch, and we're grocery shopping, and they're giving me money, and they're paying my bills. And my grandparents were the ones that gave me the money to originally move up here. Yeah. So it's like, and of course, anybody's grandparent or whatever, anybody's family member that passes away, it sucks. But, that one sucked a lot. And I remember that night I was supposed to shoot a live show for a band. And this is almost one thing that I did this to myself, and I don't know if maybe it was a thing that I needed to do to push myself to like realize what I should care about. But my grandma passing away was the it was the first death that I had ever been there for. The classic like movie, everybody's in the room, it's coming, blah blah blah. And I think, up to that point I had kind of avoided that with everybody who had passed away until then, right? So it's just like I for the longest time, even though I'm sitting here crying on a podcast that's also in video form, I for a long time was like you. You've explained to me, like, when you're sad or upset, you keep it to yourself. You share the emotion with other people, but you let yourself have your own moment late at night when no one's around, or whatever it is, right?
Yeah. Sorry
for revealing that if you didn't want me to say that, but it's fine. For the longest time I was like that. I never wanted to be like, I knew, like, I was always that, like, I don't know, strange person. Like, I could always identify the last time I saw somebody. I just, I was like, I'm going to make this a proper goodbye, because I don't know. So then I always like avoided the hospital stuff. This time I didn't. And I was in the middle of a promo shoot for a band. I get a call from my little sister who's like, hey, you need to drive down. And at this point in time, she had been in the hospital for a couple months. So again, while I'm driving an hour to see my mom in a park, another day that week, I'm also driving an hour to a hospital to visit my grandma, who has lost the ability to speak, who has lost the ability to really, like, she can kind of communicate, she's like aware, but whatever. And, so I was, it's like, it's at that point in time, it's so hard to find clear days to just create things, to keep the business going, to keep the creative passion and endeavor going, whatever it is. So it's finally, I have this one day, I book it out, how we do, where I'm like, all right, this is the day for this creativity, right? And at this point in time, I'm just going to share all the details of the story here, folks. At that point in time, the last time I saw my grandma was, there was an update that following Monday, she was good. She would be leaving the hospital. She would be put into like a kind of a home healthcare sort of thing, and she would gradually make the progression back. And so that, it was a Saturday, the Saturday before that Monday before she left, my sister calls me and is like, hey, it's going to happen. So then it's like, it literally is like a movie. Like, it's sleeting. It's like freezing cold. I'm in the middle of a promo shoot. I have to then I have to tell the band why I need to cut the promo shoot off and leave. So of course that puts them in an awkward situation. Luckily they were all insanely nice about it, but like, still it's just this big awkward situation. So I'm racing down, trying to get there, because my worst fear is like, am I going to be on my way? And this thing, so it's like, get there and do that. But then unfortunately later that night I was supposed to shoot a show. And I don't know if I was just trying to cope or if I was just trying to keep myself occupied or what. But after I left the hospital, I still went and shot the show. And half of it was because I wanted to keep my word to the band, for whatever that's worth. Of, You've had me planned to shoot your live show for a while now. And even though I have great reason to bail on this, I just shouldn't. I should just go shoot it because creating is what it's all about. And giving things to people is what it's always about. And I just, got something major taken from me, but I'm going to make sure I go give to people still.
Yeah.
And I don't know if some of that was also, like I said, keeping myself occupied of just like, I don't want to go home and just sit. So I need to do something. And I just remember like this whole just like whirlwind of like, I felt like I was like at the show, but I wasn't really there. Like I was there and taking photos, but I wasn't really there at all. And I get home, I'm living with Joey at that point in time. So I get home and like, I'm talking to him about it and all this sort of stuff. And like, I think that was like a turning point of like, all right, maybe you should start putting yourself first. Maybe you should start being selfish. And maybe it took going through this insane, almost illogical day of you experienced this thing and then you still went and wanted to put yourself around people and communicate with people because you know the energy that talking to people and being around stuff like that gives you. But maybe it's okay just to start telling people no. Yeah. Maybe it's okay to just, if you don't feel like doing something, just saying, hey, if you need an explanation, I can give you one, but I can't do this thing because I need a day for me. I need a week for me. I need whatever time for me. And I think that has been like, I told all those stories and shared all those details to make the point that, of course, not only like, hey, you don't know what's going on behind the scenes with anybody. And you can figure it out and how to get through if it's happening to you. But the larger point being that, like, I think all of that in a positive way made me a lot more selfish.
Yeah.
In good ways.
Yeah. Words often get, a label. Again, coming back to this label thing, like selfish can sound bad, but it's actually really good to be selfish. If you don't love yourself first, you can't love others. You can't give the full energy.
Right.
And I think moments like this define us. As someone who has known all these things, who has seen you go through all these things, there's been a lot of good that's come out of you as a person. You've become a strength for your family. You've shared a lot of stories from these moments with me that while they've been hard to work through, what you've learned has allowed you to work through them and grow and help the people in your family around you. And, there have been moments through all this that I have had to take the brunt of like planning a project or something like that. And just, like for me, I'm like, he's going through something hard. So right now I need to be here. I need to be a supportive friend. I need to understand how to best help him and give you the space to be selfish. Like I can think of one project that we were planning and, this same week, it's like in the winter, you're dealing with stuff with mom and you're having an insanely stressful week. And that same week, my heater goes out and we have all the snow and no water. And we're planning a project in the freezing cold. And like that client is on our case all week about like, hey, what's coming? Why don't we have the paperwork? Why don't we have all this? And we both kind of went into the defense of going into that project of like, neither one of us were able to give them the time and the energy because we were both dealing with our own things. And both of us were like, we swear to God, if they're going to like give us shit, we're going to rip them apart. Surprisingly, though, that client pulled us to the side at the end of that shoot that we knocked out and was like, hey, are you guys okay? This is so unusual of you guys because this is who you are. And just as a friend, what's going on?
They communicated.
Yeah. And I think the point being that we all do go through stuff, but we're all human. Some of us don't have enough grace in this. But a lot of us care about people. And it's just deciding how open we can be with those other people. It's all trust.
Yeah. Yes. And that's like the biggest thing is like I want people to know how open they can be with me.
Yeah.
Whether it's in a project sense of like, hey, we can't afford this, or this is the budget we're thinking, or this is the creative we want, or whatever, or or hey, here's my idea, or in a personal sense, it's like it goes back to the communication thing of just like, I know everybody says this on social media and everybody posts and is like, oh, mental health is important, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, I think there's a difference between like actually really trying to be there when somebody needs it and not.
Yeah.
And, it's like, that's always what I want to try and be.
And there's different ways to do it.
Right.
Sometimes you just want the space to be left alone. And I understand that.
Right.
Like, it's not always me like, hey, why don't you talk to me about your problems? Like, sure,
Yeah.
you'll talk to me about them. But I also know you well enough to be like, sometimes you just need your space. And sometimes there's the stress of the business. Sometimes there's the stress of other things. That I'm going to do my best to give you that space, or to listen, or to whatever you need in that case.
Right. And that's kind of the point of just like everybody being able to do that more.
Yeah.
Of just explain what it is you need or don't need or want or don't want or like or dislike. And I mean, another part of the stories, I think it's the same year, almost a year ago at this point, the Nick thing happens.
Yeah.
And of course that's affects both you and I, so it's less just me. So it's like, again, it's just being able to speak about those things and being able to, again, it's like, that was weird because everybody knew how close he and I were. And again, Fever War being a pet project for so long, that like it was weird because it was enough in the public eye that there was a bunch of people reaching out to me and was like, I'm so sorry, like, are you okay, blah blah blah, where it's like I wasn't equipped for it at all.
Yeah.
But I'm also like, this is like thing number 5 that's happened in the last 2 years. Not that I'm not downplaying the situation at all.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's like, yeah, dude, like I'm going to deal with it because there's 10 other things that have been just as hard.
This is the public thing
Yeah,
about.
this is the thing you know about. This is the thing that you've seen and you've heard. And while I'm not saying that I'm mad at people for reaching out to me or anything like that. I'm not saying that at all. But it's just like it's like that's just like another thing on the list.
Yeah.
Of like, all right, like and I'm gonna talk selfishly for a second. Like, it's so fucking difficult to do all of this stuff and carry all of that stuff at the same time.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that as maybe, yes, I'm being selfish and I'm openly saying like it's a lot fucking harder than making a cool Instagram post, sharing a BTS photo. I'm also saying that in hopes of being a voice for the voiceless who think that, but can't say it, but need to identify it's okay to feel that way. It's okay to be selfish and say, you know what? Yeah, I'm carrying a lot of shit and people should know about it. Do I want people to know all the personal details of my life? No. But sometimes maybe it's a decent example of here's things that, everybody deals with this. Here's things that like, and again, even just to selfishly get it off your chest sometimes. Sometimes you just need to talk about something.
Yeah, there's a number of things. There's loss. There's change of relationships. There's new people going in and out of your life. Like, that is mental health right there. It's all very challenging. It's very difficult for us to work through losing relationships, changing different careers. Like, all these things shape us differently. And at the end of the day, we need the space to be able to digest those feelings, those emotions around there, and the things that circle that make us feel that way. And just understand it a little bit better.
Right.
And then not tear someone apart for feeling that way. Let them feel that emotion.
And that's the thing. Like, I do not want to turn these points into like a rant, but like, again, just being completely honest is like, I wish people could identify more when people just kind of need space or when they're trying to let you know that something is not okay. Because I don't think a lot of people let themselves be susceptible to that.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't. There are a lot of people who, I'll try and have like a deep conversation with where I want to sit and the point I want to make to them is, hey man, it's been really hard to have a homeless mom for a couple years. And my holidays with her have been spent in a hotel parking lot. I need to just get that off my chest and talk to someone about that. But, it's more of the like, oh, it's an uncomfortable conversation, or, yeah, dude, oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Or like, the Nick situation of like, okay, like, wow, like, okay, not only did I, lost a family member to that, but now have lost a close friend to that, and a very supportive friend at that. And it's not just like, oh, being upset that someone has passed. It's like all the things that came with that. And again, not to make this a big tangent, and it feels kind of weird to say this on the podcast, but like, like I'll be honest, like and this is what I mean when people aren't susceptible and can read a room and understand what someone needs or wants or whatever, is like, a lot of this stuff has led me to, as much as my earlier examples of like why I hate, quote unquote, ball busting culture and making fun of each other, I also really, really hate suicide culture. I cannot fucking stand, and if close friends are listening to this, great. I want you to hear this. I cannot stand when people jokingly say, oh, this sucks so bad, I'm going to fucking kill myself. Well, I've had a couple people close to me do that now. It's not really funny to me anymore. That's not really a funny thing. And I think that all plays into, again, just like people not being connected enough with other people.
Yeah.
It's like even when the Nick thing is happening, like I wanted like during that time, I like really wanted to even just like sit down with you and just like cry about it. You know what I mean? Just because it's like, all right, like, yeah, like everybody's upset about this and everybody's talking about it. But this is the thing that's like close to you and I. So it's like finally, there's this option of, like, all right, I can share this with somebody. I can get through this with somebody. It's not just like, telling a friend like, oh man, this really hard thing happened, or this thing happened with my mom, or this thing happened with a family member, or whatever. And I'm not at all saying that that's like a bad thing, but what I'm saying is it's like those are the things that I look towards as, valuable. But I could also understand that, you during that time frame, I understand how you cope with things. So I wasn't going to sit and be like, oh my gosh, let's be so sad, let's be so upset, let's, whatever. It was also just like, all right, cool, like, let this moment be this moment. I got these connections or these, whatever with other people and shared these things, but it's just like, in a roundabout way, I'm just trying to explain like the value that genuine connection has with people, and why I am overly empathetic towards things, and why I'm like super susceptible to when somebody makes a backhanded comment. I'm like, oh my God, what did they really mean? Because it's not just like, oh, they're saying words, or they're doing this thing, or this thing happened, or that thing happened. I'm thinking about everything around that. I'm thinking of everything that comes from that, all the energy that is shared in that moment. What comes from that? What comes from somebody listening to this fucking podcast and hearing a cool, positive one-liner that makes them be like, oh, maybe I can.
Yeah.
And like, again, that's like the overarching like point as to why I think it's so valuable for this stuff to be shared, is to identify the value of genuine connection, not just like business stuff or client relations or friendships or whatever. Like, that's why it's super hard for me when a friend says something shitty to me. And whether they're joking or not, I'm going to take it to heart because I'm thinking about everything else that means.
Yeah. What contributed to that?
Right. What made you say that? Did it come from a real place? And then how did that make me feel? And I think more than anything, all of this stuff has made me hyper aware of not only being selfish for myself, but raising new levels of selflessness to other people.
Yeah.
To identify, okay, this person either wants to talk about this thing or they don't. Or or maybe I can maybe get it out of them and make them understand that this is an okay conversation for those things to be shared. Or leaving a motivational comment on somebody's Instagram post, maybe that makes them feel like they did something good because one extra comment was added to their post or one extra share in a story. And you and I like talk about this behind closed curtains all the time, but it's like I'm just so like over people not understanding the value of true connection, the value of real intention and real purpose in things. When I'm making a podcast, I'm not making a podcast because I like to hear myself talk. You know, when you're making a vlog, it's not because you want to hear yourself talk. You want to educate somebody. I want to entertain somebody when I'm want to make a movie or making this podcast. I want to connect with somebody. I want to make them feel like they're not alone or whatever it is.
I want to contribute positively. You know, when I'll speak from my perspective on Nick, and in the sense that that's the first person that I've lost in my adult life, you know, that's been significant to me. And, you know, took personality test and I realized, oh, relator's like my key strength. And like, I love talking with people. I love getting to know people. That's me through and through. But nothing prepared me for that. And you letting me know and the way that made me feel. And I had never processed anything like that because I'd never lost anyone that way. And seeing someone who I saw so much potential in that was working with us more, just that stripped away. The story's over. And then the most disheartening part of it for me is seeing everyone care after he's gone and the things that are said after that person's gone. And to me, I'm like, that's great. This is everything that's needed to be said for a long time. But I'm like, that person's not here anymore. Yeah. And I'm like, how do I make my voice matter? How do I contribute positively? And that was a wake-up call for me in terms of like, all right, if you're going to be a relator, if you're going to meet people on their level, you need to be aware. You need to be, you know, conscious and present. And what does that look like for you? And it made me really look at myself in the mirror and say, not that I think that's going to save someone's life or that's going to change something, but God damn it, I'm going to be there for someone if I can be there for someone in that moment the best that I can be there for them.
Mm-hmm. And I think that was like, you know, something huge that you said in there is like the importance of like, you know, everybody was, and I do not want to sound negative at all, but, you know, in a situation like that, you know, a lot of people let their feelings about somebody that are positive be known when they're not there to hear it anymore.
Yeah.
So it's like, again, that kind of woke me up into exactly what you're saying of like, yeah, the whole explanation I just gave of like, I'm going to leave somebody a positive comment. I'm going to send them a cool DM. Time. I'm going to take the extra time to connect with them or share energy with them or sit down with them or, you know, whatever it is, because they need to know that they're doing a good job. They need to know that it doesn't matter if they're creative, whatever they're doing. Hey, you're doing a good job at that. And somebody is identifying that because I know how valuable that is for me to hear. And again, in those moments where it's like, why didn't you say the nice things when you had the chance to say the nice things? And I don't want that to sound negative, like there's blame or anything. That's not the point. But I'm just saying use it as a reminder to say those nice things. Like there was something on one of the Short Story Long podcasts where, you know, at the end of it, he's like, you know, he asked some guests, like, if you could prescribe everyone in the world something for 30 days, what would you prescribe them if you were a doctor? And I can't remember who it was, but this person said, every time you think something nice about someone, you have to tell them. That's the prescription. That's what you have to do. You have no choice but to do that. So every time you're scrolling through the internet, since that's how everybody spends their time now, or you're walking past somebody on a street, whatever, pandemic or no pandemic, every time you think something nice about someone, take the extra moment and tell them.
Yeah.
Because you don't know what that could do.
There's a lot of tools to supposedly make us more connected now than ever that really keep us more separated now than ever. And that's a whole debate in itself. We've been talking for a long time.
Real long time. I might have to make this a two-parter. Genuinely.
You've taken us down the yellow brick road.
There it is. Full circle. As
we're winding up, and, you know, we're at Ross today and who you are. You know, you're a brand builder, you're a storyteller, You've done a lot of things. You've had a crazy life, and you got more life to live. There's more journey to kind of go. What is it that you hope to be, how do you hope to be viewed? Who do you hope, when people think of you and what you've done, how do you hope people see what you've done?
I mean, clearly the easy answer is, I want people to think positively when they have a thought about me, right? I want them to be like, oh yeah, he was really like there. He really, did this or whatever. But to me, it's not necessarily that I want them to think about the things that I made. I don't want them to think about the tangible things of like, sure, compliment the podcast, be like, oh man, that episode was great. That's so cool that he did that. That movie was great. That was such a good movie that he made. Sure, the accolades count for something. But I think for me, more than anything, I'll say one part is what I don't want them to say. And we've talked about this before. What I don't want anyone to say, what I fear, and what I'm trying to avoid people saying, is I never want people to say, dang, he tried so hard and he got so close. That's the thing I never want anyone to say about me. That's not the lasting impact I want. So I'm doing everything I can to make my way around that, right? I don't want to be one of those people because it happens. It happens. I don't want to be one of those people that's like, man, if they would have just got out of their own way, they could have made it. If they just would have kissed the right ass, they would have made it, blah, blah, blah. I want there to be proof that, in 5 years, there's another episode of this podcast being made where I'm talking about me or whatever. And then I'm really sharing that story, the type of stories that really inspired me over the years of, all right, I have made it, quote unquote, whatever that is. And so then I can sit and be real proof, and I can say with confidence, if I can do it, so can you. And I think yes, I could say that right now. Clearly, I could say that right now. Hey, if I can trek through and keep doing it, so can you. Absolutely. But I think a lot of times somebody, they need that extra layer of proof, which is fine.
Yeah.
And so it's like, if anybody, looks at any sort of impact that I leave, I don't want it to be from the things that I made, but from the way in which I made them. I want someone to sit and think, man, if I'm, writing this story, yeah, I should think about all the details and the purpose and the intention with this story. Or, oh man, if I'm managing this band, I should think about all these other things. And it's not doing things the exact same way I did, but understanding why I did them that way. And identifying that, as cliche as this is, identifying that, I want someone to see that you genuinely can just do it your own way and figure that out. It doesn't have to be, oh, I listened to this podcast and this person told me a step-by-step process. It doesn't have to be, I read this book and it told me this and that, and if I'm not like that, then I'm wrong. Or my boss says this, or my friend says this, or my family says that, whatever it is. That, I think, in the whole free lifestyle that I'm trying to build, where I can literally do whatever I want whenever I want the lasting effect of that to be an example of not, here's what you have to do, but just the proof that you can actually do it. I think that answered the question, but I'm not sure.
That's great. So you've been through this journey. You've had plenty of ups and downs. What do you think has been the super skill that's let you kind of persevere and work through life and creative endeavors? Now, what do you think is a strong skill set that you have? Something that you look on and you're like, hey, this is me. This is something that is uniquely me. When I'm faced with a challenge, this is how I look at that challenge.
I almost don't know how to say it, but it's some form of just being sure and having, we use the word that we've learned in the last couple of years, having just actual clarity and confidence in that clarity of what I want, to where I can sit and I can say, this is an idea that I'm thinking of, and it's totally possible in how it can happen. I might not have all the pieces right now of, oh yeah, well, I'm going to need this. I'm going to need a crew. I'm going to need help. I'm going to need funding. I'm going to need whatever. but I feel like I've unlocked the confidence in being clear and like purposeful and intentional. And I'm just throwing out a bunch of buzzwords into one sentence, but like it's the best way that I feel like I can explain it. Is I feel like I have unlocked the key in me that just knows how to cut through bullshit and be clear and intentional in what I want. And I don't mean that in like, give me everything and I don't care what happens to anybody else. Clearly, I don't mean that. But it's just being sure. You know, again, the same reason I'm gonna keep an idea quiet until I'm really sure it can happen. That's because then once I'm sure it can happen, I know there's got to be a way I can figure it out. I know there's got to be something that I can do because I know for certain that this idea has value, or this plan has value, or this person has value, or whatever, that then I'll start talking about it because then I know I can do it. And I think through this like whole journey, I don't know a word that I could sum it up with, but maybe it is just confidence. It's not just not like the confidence that blurs the line of cockiness. It's genuine confidence. And I know that I can have this conversation with this person. I know that I can bring this up. I know that I can try this new idea. I know that I can plan this thing. I know that I can pitch this thing. I know that even though those things are hard and it's difficult, and I don't know how to pitch $1 million project to a company. I don't know how to do that. But I'm confident in being able to slay that project when I got there. Or I'm confident that in, you know, a movie idea that I have right now, since thankfully the goal of being an artist manager left, you know, a long time ago, and now I truly want to be a storyteller. You know, the confidence in like why I have so much fun telling you movie ideas, telling anybody movie ideas. Anybody who unfortunately asks me about a movie idea, be prepared for a podcast as long as this one when I explain the movie to you, because I love telling the story how I feel it in hopes that it makes the listener feel it too. So again, it's like I'm confident in, if I tell you this story, I need to tell it right. I don't just want to say, hey, Josh, I have a movie idea where a wedding actually turns into a cult. Hey, Josh, I have a movie idea.
That sounds like a pretty interesting story.
Sounds like something that we should maybe like quietly work on for a couple of years or something. I don't know. You know, hey, I have this idea of this thing, whatever. I have this idea of this world that I want to build where these characters exist and we can tell these stories and all this sort of stuff. You know, I'm going to over-explain those things because I want that person who's listening to be on the ride with me. In the same way that I'm going to sit and share details that a lot of people wouldn't share about their lives on a podcast. It's because I want the person who's listening or watching or whatever to be there with me and truly connect and attach to it. And I feel like I've trailed so far off from what your original thing was, but it's like all of that to say that I feel like it's because I have confidence in that. I'm clear on what I want to do. Yeah. And I have confidence in how it can happen. So I have confidence when I'm telling you a movie idea that it's a good idea. Not that it can't ever be changed, but I'm confident it's a good idea. I'm confident this plan makes sense. I'm confident that sharing my story on a podcast that I genuinely will probably have to split into 2 parts, there's a purpose to that. Because I'm confident that somebody not will think I'm cool from listening to it and be like, oh my God, he shared so much. I'm confident that hopefully it makes someone find some sort of value in themselves and realize, oh, I've been through that too. Oh, I didn't think that about myself and now I realize that. Or whatever it may be. So I guess if I had to pick one word, it's probably confidence.
Well, I'll say from sitting over here that I've witnessed your confidence grow and build upon and build upon and build upon. And I'm very confident that it's only going to get smoother in how that confidence translates to like a plan, a strategy. You know, that's one thing that I've witnessed as being a business partner, as being someone with you, is like I have seen you grow and bloom into this very confident person. And not that you weren't confident in the beginning, but it's like you get more knowledge, you get more skill sets, and all those things build upon each other to build that confidence up. And I see you amplify that year after year, month after month, sometimes week after week, a lot quicker. And it's really allowed you to take an idea to, you know, reality a lot quicker. So, yeah, I'll give you the question that you give everyone else.
Damn it.
You got the microphone.
Yeah, I have no idea what to say.
Everyone can hear your voice, and you're able to tell them, one thing, and they have to do it. They have to try this idea out. Everyone can hear you. What is it that you're going to tell them?
Every single time, just like the rest of this podcast, I ask other people this, and I'm like, yeah, what do you got? I'm putting you on the spot. And I don't think I've ever thought about my answer to this. Yeah, this is definitely a thinker. Everyone who has said that, I'm like, yeah.
How are you going to change my life? I don't know.
Get it now. I think that while I'm... Okay, yeah, if this microphone is attached to literally everybody, this is what I'm saying. I am not at the top. I am not famous. I am not the loudest person in the room who usually gets listened to. I may not have all the proof in the world that says what I do is valuable or who I am is valuable. But I would still want you all to listen when I say that if I can figure it out, you can too. And to understand the power of connecting with other people. I don't want to steal a thing from Short Story Long and say whenever you think something nice about somebody, you have to say it. But I would urge you to do that. And I would urge you to look past I'll tie this in with the theme of why the podcast exists. I would urge you to look past, just like I opened this monologue with, look past the differences you have with somebody else, the misunderstanding that you have with somebody else, the misunderstanding of who that person is, and they're not famous, or they don't have a big following, or they don't make the things that I like, or they don't whatever it is, or I don't know them. Understand that everybody has something valuable that makes them them that you don't know about. Inside everyone is some sort of story that has never been heard before, with tragedy and triumph, that you hearing can connect you in ways that you didn't know. So if it's connected to everybody, first I like I said, I would lay the groundwork of, listen, I know I'm not The Rock, but I think I still have something valuable to teach you. Is that it is just understand what that pursuit looks like. Understand what it looks like for yourself, and understand how to share that with other people, and truly try and connect with people. I'm not saying I talked to everybody in the world all the time, and I'm DMing people all the time. There's some days I have...
You're probably looking for the right people, though.
Yes. Understand that it's not about impressing everybody. It's not about connecting with everybody, even though that's great. Connect with everybody in whatever way you can. But understand, what energy do you truly get? Because then when you can have your true form of energy, when you are at your best, you are going to give a more positive energy to other people. And I'll wrap it up by saying, never let other people dictate what you want to do with that energy. Because that is a part of this whole story that I feel like maybe I negated a little bit, was for the longest time, I would just do what everybody else thought was cool. Now, for some reason, I never went as far as I didn't party or anything, because I don't drink or do drugs. So I never got into that sort of peer pressure. But I would always let the opinions of other people dictate how I felt, how I acted, what I did, in some way. And now I'm sitting here and saying that when you're figuring out how to gather your energy of what makes you the best you and how you can share that with other people, is along the way, people are going to try and pull you into how they use their energy. And it might not be working for you. And it could be a negative thing. It could be a positive thing, whatever. But understand that what works for somebody else isn't always going to work for you. And you have to identify what works for you, what your strengths are, what your wants and needs are, and what your not wants are. And just play into those. Just chase after the thing that it is you want. It doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. It does not matter. As long as you're not harming somebody else by doing what you want to do, just figure it out and do it. Try everything. And then if you try something and you fail, you can either identify, I tried it and I don't need to do that anymore, or I'm going to try a plan B, a plan C, a plan D, whatever it is. So figure out what it is and just chase after it. And to tie this up into a theme of something that I didn't mention at all, I'll end this podcast. I think it's only fitting to say this, is that wrap all that up in a ball with the words of reminder being, chase it daily.
Mm-hmm. Very well said.
Sick. Man, I hope I did that question justice, since I'm the one that throws it on everybody else all the time, and now I'm like, all right.
Yeah. I mean, dude, this is awesome. We did it. We got through this.
This is great.
Story is told.
Story has been told.
And furthermore, thanks for letting me do this. You know, like, one, it's been cool to just sit here, share this with you. It's been a ride, literally for a lot of years.
Yeah.
This story is important to me because I think your story needs told. I think what you're doing with this podcast is really incredible. And one day I think there are going to be so many people that are reaching out saying, this has contributed to my life. This has changed my life. This has added value. This has been the mindset shift that other podcasts have provided us. And again, I'm just going to say it. I'm so proud of you for making this thing. I'm proud of you and honored that I got to help tell your story here. And yeah, I mean, this has been sick.
Yeah, no, I appreciate all that. I want, more than anything, at some point, I would love to be someone's reason that they just did something and just did it. So in general, I wouldn't have found out a lot of these things, I don't think, if it weren't for you. And it's also fun that, I mean, there's clearly a reason that you were the one to interview me for my episode. Again, you knew a lot, but there's still a lot that, I think it's also helping just guide the conversation. But I am incredibly thankful that you were down to do this. We've tried different versions of podcasts a couple times before. I think this is for sure the best outing. We just made the longest episode of What You Don't Hear. And I hope that when someone sees part 1 and part 2 of my story, they're not like, oh, of course he would give himself a 2-parter. I sure hope they listen to the whole story.
I tried to listen. I really tried to come into this very curious and let your story be your story.
No, I think you did
it's what's
great
important.
Job.
I think not enough people let stories breathe and hear them for what they are. We started our relationship not necessarily with the 6-hour conversation, but here we are years later, still able to sit down and have hours long of conversation.
Yep. And it's still new and fresh and fun. So yeah, thank you so much for letting me tell my story.
All right.
I think you might have it in you after all to start a podcast, kid.
Maybe one day.
There it is, folks. It is honestly very strange to be doing a wrap-up on my own episode. As you heard, we really got into a lot of stuff in that I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous to release this one. But it's out there now. So I did what I ask every other guest to do. I shared my real and raw story. Maybe I shared too much. I don't know. I guess you guys can be the judge there. I do know now, though, what all my guests mean when they say that doing the show feels a little bit like a therapy session. But all in all, I really do hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you got something from it. And honestly, more than learning any lessons or anything like that, I honestly hope that this makes you feel a little more connected with me more than anything. Again, looking back at this, I think it's so silly that this was, a 4-hour episode. But we took the deepest of dives, and honestly, somehow I feel like there's still even more that I could share. I like talking, folks, clearly. But there's just so much that I want to share, honestly. I want to be an open book, an honest one. I want to leave, a lasting legacy in some way, one that doesn't honestly even have anything to do with this podcast. There are many people in my life that have made a huge impact on me, whether directly or indirectly. And I feel the pressure that I've now kind of put on myself to make those impacts mean something. I just want to be proof that if you try, it can work. I want to be a good influence on people. I want to be a good influence on my family and all my younger siblings, to show them that anything is possible, no matter what. And I haven't made it, and somebody out there is looking at that and they're saying that I'm dumb and I talk too much and all this sort of stuff. But hey, you can't win them all. And while I haven't made it, I think I'm on my way to truly finding my purpose in all of this. So in this one, I put myself in the hot seat this time, and I want to show people that it's okay to be vulnerable and open up. So I hope it was worth something, and maybe, just maybe, you, my dear listener, and I are now a little bit closer. So once again, shout outs to Josh for being down to chat with me for this, and seriously, this time more than ever before, thank you guys so much for listening. If you listen to the entire thing, like legit, that is insane, and I cannot thank you enough. So, as always, there's another episode around the corner, and next episode, I'll be back with another story you've never heard from someone you may or may not have heard of. Until then, I thank you so very much for listening once again. Good night and goodbye.